I think we're done after that. So then it's just some more cleanup. It should take about 20 minutes. Deploying to the server, that's going to come up with some bugs. So at like 11 o'clock this morning, in about 50 minutes, we should finally be working on good code or bug fixes or just something more valuable than what I'm doing. Congrats, Adam, for over 300 hours of dev. That's not entirely true. 300 hours of streaming. Part of that was my lunch screen. If only I could count lunchtime as development. Actually, that wouldn't do anything because it's not going to get any closer to the goal. Okay, there, we're good. So we don't even have a set of globals. Great. Great. We're doing great. So let's close out of this stuff. Go take a look at this. We have the test goal file that we do want to check in now. So part of this, upgraded Babel and then fix the resulting fallout. I think some of the issues that cropped up were real bugs. But most were just anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Alright, commit. And then we're going to make sure to push so we don't ever run into this again. I think the stream might have just gone down. It says that I'm offline, and I'm definitely not offline. Can you guys still hear me? Did the stream go down? See, this is what I'm talking about. Why does it say that I'm offline? Am I online? Oh, it buffered, but it's up. Interesting. Did I get any? Oh, I have source controls, right? Those weren't there before. Okay, well, thank you guys for responding. Yeah, it blipped, but I'm on. Okay. Okay, we checked it in. We are now better for the experience. Okay, get to the point where I've checked everything in. Done. Get my linter working again. That was already done. That's done. So now it's just the deploy code. Yeah, this is going to knock down the server. So who's online right now? Just Orange Ray. Okay. And how's Orange Ray doing? 600 kills. Not so great. I get car insurance ads. I'm over here getting Taco Bell. I get both ads, actually. Man, I don't want to talk about the ads so much because that in itself is a form of advertising. So without saying names, I'll just say a particular car insurance company does a lot of advertising, and I guess it must be successful, otherwise they wouldn't do it. They probably have more metrics than I could even imagine. I am so gamer. Hey, and Versace says, not sure if I should feel bad for using AdBlock. Well, you're not taking money from me because I'm not making any money. So if you feel bad for taking money from Twitch, then fine. All right, deploy process. Let's take a look. What do we have? Yeah, so I expect that the deploy process here, first of all, this is going to take a long time. But second, once we put it on the server, things won't just work nicely. And, oh, let's do this other thing too. Let's do the max executable size or whatever, max old space size. Somewhere I put... wait a second. Serve main. Do I have a garbage collector in here now? No, I don't. Darn it, we don't want to do this yet then. Well... Shadow Draken says, you know what I never understand is why the general insurance animation commercial are so bad. Probably an ad tactic. Yeah, probably just ad tactics, I agree. Okay, we'll bundle this, we'll deploy it to the server, we'll take a look at what happens. I think... Also, yeah, whatever happened with... Is anyone even paying attention to these giveaways? Do they even matter to people? Are they working? Actually, that's a better question. Are they working? Uh-oh. Doesn't look like they're working. What's going on here? Yeah, I think something's wrong. Let me try. I think something is wrong. It's created tokens for a bunch of people, and then it just didn't do anything. What giveaway? Yeah, I'm giving away cars. Everybody wins a car. Oh, yep, everything's screwed up. Oh, great. Cannot read property 2 lowercase of undefined. Okay, my bot just crashed. Create undefined. What happened? That was weird. So people were just getting spammed from me. Okay, let's just reload this. I don't think this is going to start working all of a sudden. Oh, maybe it never connected before. That's actually entirely possible. Let's scroll up a lot. Did it say both connected? Oh, it did. Okay, yeah, let's try this now. Does it work? No. Cannot read. Okay, let's take a look at this. Username is undefined. So it's because this is undefined. Read econ reset. Socket error. This would have crashed the program. I don't know what's causing this to happen. Whoops. Oh man. I'm screwing everything up. Alright, let's fix this. Let's go into light control server, run, and then try this out. Why would this break? Let's try this again. Yeah, no, it's still breaking. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try debugging this for a sec. Let's go into here and load this up. It said, what exactly? Got data from token client. Where's that coming from? I don't even know. Has to be coming from here, which means the only other place is in www. Got data. Yeah, here it is. And it's on here, and that means that when I type token into this, so let's take a look. Send token to person split. Oh, whoops, I'm an idiot. Oh, that's not even, I'm just not typing the right command. Which really I should have had some like, oh my god. Alright, text.trim.toLowerCase.split. Split 0, and then pass the rest of it. So if split.length is less than 2, console.log, you need an argument for token. Maybe you want the atom command. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this. So we've restarted that, and we've restarted this. No, this is wrong. Here. Okay, type atom. Alright, let's try it. Is it red in my room now? Yes, it is. Huh, interesting. Vanox says, hi, I'm new to your channel. What code language are you using? Is your keyboard bent in half? I'm using JavaScript, more specifically ECMAScript 6 or ECMAScript 2015. And yeah, the keyboard is something Liu Long just used a command to link. It's a Microsoft ergonomic natural keyboard. I'm using it because I didn't want my mechanical keyboard to drive you guys insane. So let's try something out. Liu Long has never gotten a token from a giveaway, so let's just give him a token and see if this works. Alright, Liu Long, try changing my lights. So here, I will stand aside so that all of the lights are visible. Alright, now change something. Well, actually, we'll know Not only because the lights change, but because we should see some commands come from Lulong here. Oh, wait, Lulong is on his phone. Oh, alright, let's pick somebody else. Let's pick Wanakis. So, token Wanakis. Okay. Alright, Wanakis. Change the lights. I feel like I'm talking to Siri. So, Lulong, even if you'd won the giveaways, you couldn't have done anything. Sounds like someone just wants to complain. Alright, Versace has offered to do it, so the Versace Lord. There. Alright, let me know if that works. I just want to see, is this system even... Okay, yeah, it's definitely working. Alright, nice. Cool. Yeah, so this is the whole, the follower reward that I have set up. If you follow me, you can also change the lights in my room. And eventually, what I want to do for the month of December, I've got a string of those colored lights, which I happen to call Christmas lights, but they're just a string of colored lights. And what I'll probably do is I'll set up a Wemo in here, and I'll give you guys access to that. But we'll see. Vanox says, how long did it take to make from the start? Are you talking about the game so far? You mean this? Because this is the combination of prototype work and then the work that I've done on stream. So yeah, so far on stream there's been, I guess, about 290 hours of development, or 200, no, more like 280 hours of development probably. So that's certainly a lot. That's like what, 12 days of, excuse me, just straight development. So yeah. By the way, I'll tell you about the game a little bit too. This is Botland, and the way that it works is you make bots. So I could pick something like, missiles and let's say shield, and then you write code for the bot to make it do something. So I could say something like, if will missiles hit, then fire missiles. But if you don't want to write code, you can use this visual language that we have, which is kind of a way of writing code, really. You could say something like that. You can say the same thing. If will missiles hit, then fire missiles. And you can build up your script here. Or if you want, you can use snippets. So I could say something like, all right, I want to use a shield on myself, and then I want to try firing missiles, and then I want to pursue an enemy, and then I want to just move around randomly. So I'm going to deploy these bots. Let me kill my own bots off. I'm going to deploy one of these. So there it is. He's going to... Wait, what? Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Yeah. So he's getting absolutely pummeled by missiles. But yeah, see, he used a shield on himself, and now he's using missiles at the I am a joke bot. Now, what we're working toward is getting the game to be more like what it'll be like when it's done. And I know that should sound obvious, but this is all very much here just so you guys had something you could kind of mess around with for now. And if you want to get access, by the way, you can get access via this link. Also, Trump says, so we can change the color of your lights? Yeah, if you follow, you'll get a link in about a minute or two after following. And Vanox says, I'm thinking of doing computer game development next year in college. I think a great idea for you, considering that you're going to go do it, if you don't know any programming, to start learning some programming now. Game development is not all programming. There's also other aspects like design, working with teams, maintaining software, whatever else. But I'd say start learning programming as soon as you can. So maybe start with something like Code Academy and Python. I think that's a great way to start. And it'll teach you some of the basics, and you can find out, do I find this enjoyable? Do I find it fun? Before you devote 2 to 6 years of your life doing a degree. Okay, so I have to assume that this was all working then. Yeah, Vanox, I suggest try learning Python or JavaScript. And Nordal says working with teams. Well, it is a necessary evil, Nordal. It's not necessarily evil. Are you using an Arduino or what to change the lights? Let's see, Adam's lights. Hi, DGC. Welcome to the channel. Handmade Hero is a good series for a crash course into game dev and even general programming. Yeah, I think so. Handmade Hero is another game dev stream, and he consistently gets more than 100 people. Like, I think he gets consistently around like 200 to 300 actually. Okay, let's see. Did our deploy succeed? I want to close some of this garbage that we have open. Close, 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 close. Yep, here we go. So let's finish the deploy and let's fix up the issues, and then let's get to real coding. So all of this is, what do we even change? A lot of this just has to do with upgrading Babel. I don't think there are many functional changes, and I'm not even going to look into these. So I got to turn off my keyboard camera for typing passwords. Got to make sure I always do that. Thanks for that link. Yeah, no problem, Trump. And then I'm not taking coding seriously yet, but I also need help knowing what's the easiest and best language to learn for game development. Best language is something that's going to be contested. Easiest language is going to be something that's based on you. And partial data set, are you using the Hue APIs? Yes, I am. I'm using the node bindings for them. And I've been listening to Casey streams on my commute to work to kind of warm up my brain. Makes the drive go by pretty quickly. Yeah, actually someone told me a while ago, Tyrandez said that he tried listening to me on his drive home from work, which I thought was some good dedication. I can't imagine, I'm not like a baseball announcer in that you should kind of be able to imagine the game just based on what I'm saying. I don't think I've ever given that level of detail into my coding of, all right, I'm about to write a for loop, here comes the I variable. It would be a little different. Okay, so we pushed this. Now we've got to go onto the server and pull, so I really shouldn't have turned back on my keyboard camera. So let's, oh, I didn't. Haha, get pull. Okay, type in my password, turn on my keyboard camera. Okay, so let's try launching the server. Like I said, Orin, you're going to get disconnected. Actually, everyone who's online is going to get disconnected. So Versace and Orin, the server's going to come down. And then I'm going to test this out, and then it should be back up within the next who knows how long. So when I try running this, this should fail. Because I think I've got, yeah, okay, it already screwed up. Alright, so let's try fixing this on the client and then just pushing changes manually to the server. Oh, I see the link. Sorry. Oh yeah. I used to use GameMaker and GML. That was kind of easy. It was simple to me. Yeah, I'd say try C#, try Java, try JavaScript, try Python, any of those sorts of things. How long have I been a developer for? So that's not something I've been answering exactly, but it's been a long time. And part of the reason why is because I'm not sharing my age. And so if I told you how long I've been developing for, I've given enough hints over the course of the stream where you'd be able to extrapolate back to when I was born. Are my bots going to die? Yes. Okay, I'm going to try to get this deploy work. So let's go into a couple of things. And really, the problem here is really just this. I've listed some things as dev dependencies, which are no longer dev dependencies. So I should be able to move these things up in the cycle. So let's find out what happens when I try running the server. We go into bin www, and we have Babel core there. So let's open up, let's do vim package JSON, and let's move, this isn't right. I think it's one level up. Yeah. Oops. Hang on a second. I accidentally pressed LS while I was in Vim. Okay, so let's move Babel core up to here. And now let's, oops, darn it. I'm so bad at Vim. Okay, let's try this again. And instead of hitting Q exclamation point, there we go. Now let's do an npm install -- production. All right, and now if you want to see something funny, this is going to max out my CPU. So take a look. It's at like 100% from installing a package. That's how you know if it's done or not. I am a lich. Okay, now let's try this out. Node bin www. Were you able to get Babel to function coded in a submission? Yeah, I think I was. Oh, so now it needs the presets. Duh. All right, so let's take a list of what we've modified. Babel core, and then we need the presets. So let's go get those. We need to go up a directory, open this up again, and then take, let's see, preset. We probably need this plugin, and then maybe we need the helper. I don't actually know. So let's get these. Let's put those up there. So what did I just do? Well, I can diff all this afterward. So let's do an npm install -- production. think you were right about 2.1 KDR. Can I still see the KDR? Oh, I can. Yeah. Yeah, nice. We've been talking a lot, by the way. And actually, I want to ask you guys about this at some point. I want to talk to you about sort of the direction of Botland and just kind of get some opinions. But here's the problem with that is like we have not finalized this conversation ourselves. So I'd like to do a litmus test and just get general feedback before this is done. But I've done this before, and I've seen kind of how these conversations sometimes go. There will be a lot of suggestions, and it'll turn into a long conversation, and I have some particular goals here. So I wonder if I should save this until we have finalized the conversation. Wanaka says, my top is different from yours. I installed HTOP, which, from what I understand about Linux users, is a much better version of top. Because here's HTOP and here's regular top. And regular top is much harder to just get a quick grasp of what's going on because everything's written in numbers and not as cool bars. And check this out. You can see that my CPU is capped at 100% probably. Oh no, it's not. I wonder if this finished then. Killed. What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, does this mean we don't have enough RAM to do this? Alright, let's see. RAM usage is going up. Maybe we can put a cap on NPM of how much RAM it can use. Did it kill it again? Hopefully it didn't. Oh, no, it's done. Why did it say killed? Okay, let's try this now. Node bin www. Cannot find module web.dom.iterable. That's weird. Maybe I did this from the wrong directory? No, what? What's going on then? Node modules, I have... No, weird. So I need something else, apparently. I don't know what exactly. But going into the server, and oh, let me start this from here, actually. Node server bin www. So can't find web.dom.iterable. And this came from the transform template literals. That's weird. What does this look like on my own machine? What file is this again? Babel preset transform template literals. Here we go. Node modules is just Babel runtime. Huh. Maybe there's something else I gotta fix then. Let's take a look. Well, let's open this up directly in Vim. So we put all of this Babel stuff here. We don't have this helper here. So it's possible that we need that. Is there anything else here that we might want? No, this is the only thing I can think of. Well, let's put this up here and see if that works. Where did my npm install command go? There we go. Minus equals underscore. Why are they the same, Adam? I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Oh, all your messages were deleted. No, it's not. It's not like these are the same. So this is your message that you printed out. This is 24 characters. One is a space. So, oh no, 23 characters. So yeah, you had 22 symbols in your message. So it treats it as spam. Okay, let's try this out now. At some point we're going to get to the part where this actually runs. I don't know where web.dom.iterable is supposed to be if this doesn't work. Let's take a look. What else could be missing from here? We're just trying to run the server. I don't know, we don't need Babelify for the server. So all of that should be extraneous. And when we try running this, let's take a look at web.dom.iterable. Data represented using JSON is structured or semi-unstructured. What are you talking about, a case? Interesting. So yeah, we have this in here, and this is coming from where exactly? Git iterator. Oh, Babel runtime is what needs this. Let's take a look. Babel runtime, and the node modules in here as core.js. I wonder if this is... Yeah, I'm not sure about this. And then it's in the library fn git iterator. Core.js git iterator. Huh. No, we just have an export there. I'm not totally sure about this. I feel like it hasn't fully installed everything, but the only way to know that is to go all the way through this into like Babel preset ES 2015 node modules. We go into template literals. You can't do that, can you? Oh wait. How do you do this? Good God, fine. Babel plugin transform ES 2015 template literals. There we go. All right, now we have the node modules in here and Babel runtime. And then yeah, where was this coming from? Iterator. There. Man, this just keeps going, doesn't it? Well, either way, we have this file. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. All symbols just count as one type? Like if you... Yeah, I think so, Lulong. And hey, Cobra. Semi-structured, not semi-instructed. I'd say JSON is structured. I don't know if there's a formal definition for that, though, but... It's like it has a syntax, and in that sense it's structured. Alright, how do we fix this? There's something I could think to do, which is to just install every dependency, but that's overkill. And to figure out this particular problem, can't find modules. Oh, you know what part of this might be? This might be the CommonJS stuff. I have somewhere in my folder structure, I have the CommonJS. Where did I put that though? No, I don't even have it. I think it must be in the client then. Nope. Oh, I deleted it because it's part of... Oh, now I remember all of this. I deleted it because it's part of the preset. So, yeah, how is this not functioning? Let's take a look. Let's go into the preset. We're going to copy this entire thing. And we're going to go to that same directory on my own file system. So we go into... Oh, Botland Builds has its own node module. This package JSON is taken from there. No, that makes sense. Okay, so that's this node modules, and then we take from here, we put this stuff on. Yeah. Only that doesn't work. Okay, let's fix this. Node modules. We take that. Great. Excellent. Next, we take the path from there. So let's get that. Great. And then let's change all the slashes to backslashes. Good. Okay. Now let's try navigating to this path. Finally. All right. No. So this was working before. So it's trying to get from modules. All right. Let's take a look at where this is going. So if we go up a directory into modules, there it is. And then we get core.git-iterator. Core.git-iterator. And what was the problem we were having here? Cannot find module web.dom.iterable. Oh, this one. Okay. So it's on my computer. Is it on the VM? I guess that's the problem, right? So we go into node modules. No, we can't use that path. Darn it, I want to go here. Okay. Sorry, I know this is not the greatest. Let's go up to... This is not where I'd expect to be. Where's the... There's no modules folder at all. Oh, well that's the problem. Now why is that the case? Do I have to uninstall this and reinstall it? Yeah, did something weird happen here? Alright, let's go back into the testing folder and let's try just an npm rebuild. I don't know what to do here. So somehow, so problem, on the VM, the modules folder doesn't even exist. So core.getIterator.js cannot find web.dom.iterable.js. So I'm going to try a rebuild. I don't know if that has anything to do with this. Let's try rerunning this now. Let's go back to, well, here. Node server bin www. This isn't going to work. Let's try uninstalling it, because I don't know how else we're going to get this to work. So let's go into node modules and we'll just do rm-rf babel preset ES 2015. There. Great. Now, how can we make this simpler to check to see if that works? In this, let's just do an ls here. So right now it says no such file or directory. Great, that's totally fine. So now let's install production, and it should install this correctly. Now what I have a feeling happened last time is that it just kept filling my RAM until it crashed, and then it never finished the installation process. So you can see my RAM usage is going up. It's like 193, 214, still rising, 238, 241, and stopped rising as much. Okay, maybe this will work this time. Maybe I just didn't have the space. The only thing I've changed though is the client is no longer running. So unless it's going to stop at about 430 megabytes, then we still have a big problem here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 340. 342. So modern development tools don't seem to work the best with 512 megabytes of RAM. I wonder if this has something to do with the VM though. Like it's reporting that it has more memory than it really does. I don't know why it would do something like that, but that's seemingly finished building. So now when I do this, we still don't have a modules folder. Which means that this is going to fail. Which means I don't know what to do. Why? Oh wait, what's it doing? No, yeah, it still failed. Huh. I wonder what's causing this to happen. Like I said, if I go to that same path, which is right here, if I open this up, and then we go up a folder, ... we have, oh, modules is not at the same level, that's all. Let's take a look. There it is, there's modules. And there's web.dom.iterable. Oh, wait, then what? It's right there, like I can very clearly see web.dom.iterable. So if this thing complains to me that it can't find it, weird. Wait. Maybe potentially not weird. When we run... This is tough. We have presets ES 2015 and React. If that's working, if it actually is pulling in the ES 2015 preset, then it would know how to import correctly. No, this doesn't make any sense. What do I do? What do I do at this point? Did something else change somewhere? Did I ever modify the servers package.json? I don't think I did. In fact, here's the easiest way I could check this. I just go into this, I go into game server package.json and log this file. And if it shows that it was modified on the 18th or the 20th, then we have a problem. But no, it wasn't modified anytime in November at all. Yaki says, I know exactly how you're feeling. It's something we all run into once in a while. Yeah, this is, like I said, still the fallout from Wednesday. Wednesday we modified a whole lot of things. And now we're still suffering from this. But I'm not sure. It's just going to keep giving me that error. So I wonder if it's looking in... Okay, let's launch this exactly how I launched it on my own computer. So when I launch this on my own computer, I go into the game folder and I do node bin www. So I'm in the server folder and I just run it. I guess the other thing that I do is I export debug equals botland server : star. Let's try that, I guess. So export debug equals botland server star. Surprise, computers don't actually work. Yeah, that's how I feel. Interesting. Okay, let's look this up. Maybe there's some knowledge online. Web.dom.iterable. Although, I find this weird. Cannot find module. Core.js. What is this? Web.dom.iterable. No, they don't say anything here about that. Does anyone else have an issue with this? Node.js errors. No, it's not this. I want to know specifically about this one. And sure, I could do something like this, although this is going to be the wrong path. Huh. Is there anything else that would lead me to solve this faster or better? Okay, here's a thought. Let's try this out. Let's go into this folder. Yeah. Here's what I'm going to do then. We're going to do this. We're going to open this file, and we're going to put at the top of this just console.log in the evil file. Let's then let's try this. So node bin www. And we should see at least my console.log printout. Now, what I'm going to aim to do here is print out everything that's in that directory. Yes, good. All right, so I at least have that. Now, how do you list directory contents in Node? Node.js list files in folder. Great. fs.readdir. All right, let's see how this works. Node fs.readdir. Path must be a string. Okay, /. Whoops. Oh my god. I think I'd be able to type. All right, undefined. I guess this returns something that you then have to iterate over, or what? Readdir sync. Oh, readdir sync is what I want. And what was the sync capitalized or no? Yeah, there it is. Okay, great. Yeah, perfect. All right, so let's do that. Let's do over here. We open up that file again. Great. Attention, found a swap file. Owned by root, modified no while opening. Another program maybe editing it. Oh, yeah, quit. I forgot that I opened this by, I just need to do FG. Okay, great. All right, so FS is there by default, I believe, so we don't need to require it. So let's just do this. Console.log fs.reader_sync .. Let's see what's in this folder. And now let's try running this. We will get to the bottom of this. We will. FS is not defined. Goodness. So var fs equals require fs. Now what do I expect to see the thing that it can't find will be in the directory where it's trying to find it, which would be paradoxical because, oh, maybe this is just scoped to the wrong directory somehow. Like, this isn't what I'd expect. That's strange. So from that file, it's finding all of the things that's in here. No, that's just, no. That's not what I want to do. I want to get the path of the current file. So get path of current file. How to get path of current script. Dir name and file name. All right, let's try that out. So we got node, and we just want to do __ dir name. Dir name is not defined. Maybe it's like global.dir name. This dot dir name. Oh, wait a second. It might not be defined because I'm in the interpreter. Let's try this. Let's open up. Do we have a delete me folder? Yes. Let's echo console.log dir name to a.js and then node a.js. Oh, that does work. Okay. Fancy that. Okay, so FG, let's do this. We're going to say var dir name equals dir name, console.log, we are in directory dir name, and then let's get the path based on that. So here, where we, let's change this to dir name. Oh, except for get rid of, whoops. Yeah. All right, let's try this out. So now it should be listing the contents of a directory above. Oh, no, it'll be the, oops. Well, that was slightly wrong. All right, what I meant to do is dir name plus .. So we want the parent directory of this. All right, yeah, let's try that out. Make long, no such. Oh, I needed a slash there. Okay. Yeah, that is not how things work. What am I typing? Replace this with a slash. Yeah. All right. Just a minor brain fart. Let us continue here. All right, here we go. So we have core, ES5, ES6, ES7, FN, index, and shim. There is no modules folder. So then why, when I did an ls on that folder, yeah, let's do this. This, yeah, it doesn't have modules. What did I search before that did give it to me? And why is there no modules folder? Is this a build problem? Is this a problem with core.js? I do not know. All right, let's go up a directory here. So this is the package JSON. Let's see what version this is. Version 1.2.6, core.js. What is this anyway? Core.js. Modular compact standard library. Okay, yeah. So, and what version are they on? 1.2.6. So we have the newest version of this. And when was this done? Well, apparently like a day ago they've been making changes. So is there an issue open on this? Issues 8. I don't see anything about this, but web.dom.iterable. One closed issue. Where do they even mention web.dom.iterable? Yeah, not any sort of error. So it's a modules folder is missing. Let's look at open issues on this. Consider using what, module bundler? Yeah, this is not this issue. $ symbol and file names. Okay. Yep. Not sure. So yeah, here's a problem. I don't have, the module folder doesn't even exist, so this can't find it. It does exist on my machine. I'm not doing anything differently. The whole point is that Node should be managing this per machine. And this is coming from, let's see, Babel. Oh wait, React? Oh, interesting. Oh, I did fix this problem then, but we're in a different place now. Wow. So we need, oh man, this is like the dumbest thing ever. Babel preset React. Let's do rm-rf babel preset React. So all this is because this happened to crash when I tried installing multiple modules. Now I go back here and I do npm install production, and what's going to happen? Well, let's see. Maybe this will never work because it tries using more RAM than I have. Maybe there's some way to limit npm then. Oh my god. So I want to see if this gets killed again, and that means that we can't trust anything that... No, it's done. I'm going to write this down. I may need to do this for npm as well, because the server sometimes just doesn't install dependencies correctly. Marvel says, why server don't working? I enjoyed the stream. Yeah, so Marvel, the server is down. I am patching the server right now. Not really patching the server, but that's at least good enough of an example or an explanation. Yeah, let's try this. So maybe this works. Node server bin www, and then all of this was due to not having enough memory on this machine. We keep running into memory issues. Better now than a year from now, when the game's out. Well, it won't be a year from now, it'll be longer than that, but when the game's out and then I'm struggling to support more than just 3 customers. Wow, okay, great. Yeah, no, everything's working. So it's because npm install failed due to not having enough memory. And this kind of thing is frustrating because these are the kinds of things where you expect this to not happen. Someone tried connecting who does not have pre-beta access, Orandre. Okay, that shouldn't be happening. Or maybe it's yeah, I don't know. Let's try this again. So this shouldn't even be working right now. I shouldn't be able to refresh this page. In fact, I'm not even sure how Oren tried connecting again. That's peculiar. So let's try running the client now, which is also going to have problems. All right, well, here we go. Bin www. So the server loads. We'll need to check in those changes. So before I forget, check in package.json changes on local machine. You expect things to just work. No, it's not. It's not exactly that. I expect some of these. Okay, maybe it is that, I guess, that I expect things to just work. I think it's a little more specific, and then I expect there to be like out of memory errors are not something that can happen necessarily. Not on installing build tools. Okay, so apparently this works. So what? Now I can connect. The account you provided does not exist or the password is wrong. Okay, this is what Orandre got as well. So now if I take a look at this, yeah, what this could mean is the account database got wiped out. Is that possible? Let's take a look. Database wrapper. We have the database wrapper here. So if we go into the database wrapper, they have an in-memory copy. So let's take a look at that. Eval this dot database wrapper dot in memory copy. I'm gonna have to do this on the other. Oh man. Okay. Does anybody know? So right now I'm using PuTTY. Is there any way to get it so that when I press up, it gives me what was here last? I know it's sending an. Well, yeah. Is there a better client for SSH than PuTTY? Because that's essentially what I'm asking. I've already configured PuTTY a whole lot. But let me try this again. JSON.stringify. Database wrapper in memory copy. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the problem. There are no accounts in the account database. How did that happen? How did that happen? Is this an issue with being able to read? So we go into the server and we look at accounts.db. Accounts.db has 7,168 bytes in it. Which means there might be some data and that there's a problem with the SQLite bindings. Well, the only way to look into that is to take this file into my own local machine. How would I even do that? Do I have... Does this just work? Authentication failed. Could not connect to server. Do I need to specify... Wait, hang on a second. Sigwin is good for SSH. Yeah, I might have to look into that then. I've used it before a long time ago. Okay, so I can't even connect via SFTP. Let me take a look for a second. I gotta figure this out. And I have some of this stuff written down here. Hang on a sec. Oh my god, OneNote help. Yeah, that's what I wanted. You accidentally press the wrong thing sometimes. Okay, so DigitalOcean, I have a whole bunch of notes here. SFTP. Go to Site Manager, type your IP, choose SFTP, choose normal, root as the user, don't fill in a password. Oh, launch Pagent. Oh, that's the part I didn't do. Done. Okay, so now this should work, right? If I can click this thing again, DO. Authentication failed. What? Am I doing this in the wrong order or something? Does Pagent need to be running first? What? Try. Oh, wow. Carlomaniac, that works. Thank you very much. I will write that down. Where did I write about PuTTY? Yeah, I'll need to remember that. Physics says it's based on the shell you're using, I'm pretty sure, not related to PuTTY. Oh, okay. So then... Huh. Why... Yeah, alright. I guess I'm fine with that. Yeah, so then the problem I'm having now is with authentication view keys. I probably don't want to do that. Do I have this set up correctly? It's root, there's SFTP, yeah, all that should be fine. And it can't authenticate. Alright, see you, Adam McAdamson. Okay, well, is there some other way I can do this then? How else would I get this file? I guess I could just, I know what I could do. I'm going to do this off screen for a sec. This is going to be really hacky. So let's copy accounts.db. I'm almost done. Hang on. Now I gotta do something else that's hacky over here. Wait up. And slash. Oh man. And yeah, and even then, once I get this database, it's like there's still something I need to do after this. Why is this not working? Oh, it's got to be :3000 plug in PNG. That doesn't work. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what's happening. I'm getting sources. Where is it? Bundle min. Images. Here we go. Bot.png. Oh, public is not part of the URL. Okay. Now we delete that. Okay, well that was really stupid, but I got this. So finally, there we go. Here's the account database over here. Let's put this in the delete me folder. I know I did a lot of that screen. I'm sorry about that. And then I'm going to open this up, and I've got to do this part off screen too, because I don't want any of the account database stuff getting out. And then, yeah, weird. Okay, I found, no, I didn't find the problem. Yeah, this is just a problem with reading the database then. Whoa. SSH root at blah blah and terminal then SCP. I wasn't sure exactly how SCP worked, but yeah, I think that probably would have been a better way of doing this. So let's take a look over here again. When I start the server, node bin www. Oh, wait a second. How did I start the server last? If I do Control R, oh, I was in the wrong directory. Oh, there was no problem. Okay, here's what happened. I accidentally started this from the wrong directory, and this won't be able to work. All right, I gotta close the server again. Yeah, because no one can even connect. So let's turn all this off and let's fix all this nonsense I just did. I'm in the botland builds folder, so it created an accounts DB here. So we want to remove that. We want to go into the server folder and do node bin www and make sure that we never ever make those mistakes again. So now, finally, whenever this starts up, people should be able to connect. Our RAM usage hopefully isn't going to be much higher than it ever was. It used to start at about 220. Now I think it's going to be much higher than that. I don't like that. And now it's at like 250. I guess that's not so much worse. But now we should be able to connect. In fact, everyone should be able to connect who had an account before. So let's try it out. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Fine. Finally. All right, let's put a bot down, and then I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then we're going to do a giveaway or something to make up for how bad this all was. So run giveaways when back. Actually, I'm going to put this into this file. Then we need to fix package JSON too. So let me deploy a couple of these bots. And yeah, I'll be right back. I'll put up, actually, let me just put up my BRB screen. Bathroom. Okay. Yeah, all right, I'll be right back. Okay. Partial Data says, I enjoyed your problem solving skills. I give you plus 8765 INET points. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry about if that all sucked to watch. I don't know. I don't know if people are watching because they're like, I want to see progress made on a game, or I want to see Adam hate his life and break his way through Babel problems. I don't know. Yeah, let's run the giveaways. So here's what I'm going to do. If you want to be entered into the pre beta giveaway, which, by the way, this account will only last for today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and then you'll have to spend loyalty points after that. Then just type anything into chat, and I'll do 2 different giveaways, and we'll do them at we'll do them in like 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So yeah, and I'll show you guys the game while that's going on. So let's expand this over to here. And yeah, so this is what you'll get access to for right now. And the game is still evolving. Development's been going on for about 2.5 months, not even that long. And so right now, the way that things work is you make bots, and so you pick what hardware you want. So I've got melee and cloaking. I could put something else on here like teleport, let's say. And then you write code for the bots. And so the code can either be JavaScript, or it can be this visual language that you see here called Blockly. And this is just a pre-made script. I didn't even write this. All I did was drag this onto the canvas from inside the pre-made scripts folder. So if I wanted, I could drag something else here, like Mr. Zaps. And then maybe I'd need to change my bot around so that it's got zapper and lasers and thrusters. And there we go. I deploy one of these. And so now there's that new one. It's going to shoot lasers randomly, and it's going to, when it finds somebody else, activate its zapper and go try to blast them. So this is a strategy game. The more strategy elements other than just get a whole bunch of kills are going to be coming in the next like month or two. And so one of the things I want to get to today is just get like a basic deathmatch to work. So we already have a leaderboard right now, and if other people connected, I'd be able to fight against them. So you know what, I can show you this just on my own machine right now. That way there are multiple bots and something's actually happening here. Yeah. So you can see bots like teleporting, cloaking, using shields and reflect, and all these missiles and lasers and landmines and whatever else you see here. And then there is a leaderboard. So what I'm going to do, again, hopefully by the end of today, is get it to the point where you see a countdown timer appear in-game saying there's 10 minutes left. Whoever has the most kills at the end of that 10 minutes wins, and then a new match starts. So in doing that, I've got to keep in mind how things are going to eventually work. And some of the server flow is not set yet, so we really need to plan a lot of this. But yeah, in about a minute, I'll run the giveaways. I'll do 2 of them. Now let me open up the account database just to make sure. I really should make a shortcut for this. Code multi-language. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's the game. Eventually, this is going to just be publicly available. It'll be free to play. There will be things that you can buy in the game, and I've been saying this from the beginning. One of our core requirements, we have like very few core requirements. One is that the game has to be about automation, and then the other one was that hopefully this game does not turn into pay to win. If it's pay to get like a 2% advantage in the game, then yeah, fine, whatever. But if someone who spent $1,000 on the game is always beating someone who spent $0, then we kind of have a problem. Okay, so giveaway time is now. Let us roll. All right, so Lulong wins the first one, and I believe, does Lulong already have access? No. So let's give Lulong access. So eval, put this in here somewhere. Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, let's take this. Okay, so there's that. Excellent. And next up we have our other giveaway. So I think I click this. Yeah, there we go. And Adam McAdamson is the other winner. Does Adam McAdamson already have an account? Let's go find out. Adam McAdamson has apparently never played the game. Wait a second. What is this sorting by? Adam, have you played the game before? That is peculiar. Whoops. Yeah, I don't see your name in this list, which means you must not have an account. Huh. Okay, well, I'll give you an account. Oh, I think Adam McAdamson said I'm going to go away for 30 minutes. Okay, well, we'll still give access over here. There we go. All right, nice. And then let's also run the minor giveaways of lights control. Let's do those. Oh, wow, Adam McAdamson won a second time. I swear it's not rigged. Okay, finally. Let's get to the point now. So we ran the giveaways. Next, check-in package.json changes on local machine. In order for us to do this the best way, what we should do is see exactly which changes we needed. Also, RAM usage is up to 335 megabytes. I wonder if there's some way we can lower this eventually. Maybe it's by... I don't know. Okay, so let's see what we did here. Git diff. We moved all 4 of those. Wait, what? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we moved 5 of those from dev dependencies into real dependencies. I don't know if they're all needed exactly, but yeah, let's do this. Okay, so we go into serve package JSON. No, we don't. We go into just package JSON, and we move which ones? Core. So we want core. We want helper, plugin, preset. Yeah, all of these things should go up to here. And then we need to make sure that these are in alphabetical order. Otherwise, we're going to have a diff later that's not going to be correct. Yeah, there we go. Giveaway was the magic word. Hey, the Dutch on. That's not really RAM usage, that's the working set. Where is that? Oh, it just says mem. Okay. Well, either way, I need some breathing room here. And right now, this is fine. If a server... How much is the client taking? Where's the client process? The client is taking 60 megabytes. So let's say that wasn't there. And let's say we had something like Docker. I don't know how much I would add. But then our working set would be at like about 300. Well, without Docker, it'd be like 280. That's fine. Breathing room up to like 300. So in 2 gigabytes, we'd be able to put like 7 servers, assuming the CPU can handle it. It's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, so let's do git diff. Yeah, so git reset -- hard. But something's wrong. No, nothing's wrong there. And now we should have that same diff over here. Whoops, git sync. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so after upgrading Babel to 6.x, I needed to move certain dependencies from being dev dependencies to being production devs. Okay, so that part's fine. So this is done. We can close this. Let's go into the to-do list over here. Close all this stuff too. So the problem with that happened to be that it didn't finish installing via npm. So we had to fix this stuff too. Where is our roadmap to do? Here we go. So deploy is done. Fixing bugs and everything else, we're not actually totally there yet. Excuse me. So add in okay, we're finally back to where we should have been, and now we can make progress, and now things should be good. So add in a garbage collect function that can be called from the command line. Let's tackle this. This is not going to be very hard because we have it written right here. So yeah, let's do this. We're going to say serve main eval. I think what we should do, I think we should change the stdin handler so that if you get a command that's not recognized, we treat it as though it's eval. So let's say like run eval, and we pass in an arg string. All right, this dot run eval arg string. Good. Put this here. So this isn't really a security issue since you need to be at the console for this to work. And if you're there, then you could just modify JavaScript files on the file system and then restart the server. The only problem is that, yeah. Trump says, is all this written in JavaScript? Yes. Okay. So we've got run eval there. Next, we're going to do that same thing here. We're going to say unrecognized command and then treat it as though it's eval. So we're going to say winston.info did not recognize the command you typed, treating it as a string to eval. Good. So what this means is that when I start the server, and let's close some of this stuff that I have open. So when I start the server, and then I just type random text, it's going to be evaluated by default. And if I had typed eval, then that will just be ignored, the eval part of it. So let's make sure that both those things work. And also that when you type help, it just tells you, how about this? Else if command equals help, then show help equals true. There. Yeah, this is taking a much longer time to start up. I do not like that. I don't like that at all. Where is Node on this list? And why do we have so many Chrome tabs showing up in here? We should only have like 4. Oh well. So this is my watch. Yeah, that's fine if that's taking up a bunch of memory. But this taking up 300 megabytes? That shouldn't be the case. Definitely shouldn't be. Okay, well, let's see what we got now. So let's just do console.log hi. And now it says error, handling stdin, undefined is not a function. Oh, arg string is not going to be, this is not what we want here. We want text. That's what we want to do. Let's try that out. And by the way, is this that process? That one. Yeah. This like very slowly gets up to the memory usage it needs to get to. Part of this is because it's transpiling my code on the fly. We could change this back into a system that transpiles it ahead of time. Although I'm not totally sure how that would work. We need to figure that out. But that's something I'll save till later. So if I type help, it just prints the help. Unrecognized command help. Command line strings available. What? Oh, it says unrecognized command no matter what. Okay, so we say this here. I'll say this. Unrecognized command. This did not, yeah. I'll say so evaling it. Yeah, good. SoarMonkey says, are you using an engine or completely custom? And then Ancient Scion said, it's a big stack of libraries. Yeah, that's mostly what it is. Just a big stack of libraries. Okay, well, other than that, let's do this. Console.log hi. Did not recognize, treating it as a string to eval. And then it says undefined is not a function. Shouldn't this be... What? That wouldn't make any sense. What is the text that it's trying to do? It should say evaluate. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm not doing something correctly. This is not the this that I think it is. And I wrote this here. This is called as though we're a main instance. Yeah. So we can't do things this way exactly. We'd have to say this .stdin handler. which is pretty weird. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, this is a little strange. We could put this function into main. I just don't think it belongs there. I think we put this here. No, we have to say this .scd in handler because this refers to a main instance. Yeah, this is the one weird thing I think I've done as far as binding functions. Most of the time what I've done makes sense. I think this is a little bit weird. Oh, sore money, not sore monkey. I apologize. I added a K where there was no K. Thank you for correcting me. I actually try to take this seriously. I've got a list of username pronunciations from when I've pronounced people's names wrong. And some of these are not obvious, like Jasper as an upside down A. The one time I win, I'm not here. You should still be able to use the link. All right, so let's try this out. We type help, that works. We type console.log hi. It should say unrecognized command, so evaluating it hi. Excellent. Evaluated undefined. Oh, that's kind of a problem. So we just won't print help unless you manually want to print help. That's what makes the most sense here. So we'll just put this here. There is no show help variable anymore. Great. Help just prints out. Yeah, show help is set to false. Delete all this. Try this one more time. And I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water. Haven't got it yet, no biggie though. Huh, weird. Let's fix that. Alright, and now this should be running. So we type help, we see our help, we type console.log hi, we see unrecognized command, so evaluating it. I shouldn't have that print out as an error. I'll have that print out as info. There, perfect. And then it says evaluated : undefined. I guess that's okay, because then if you said like x plus 5, it would say x is not defined. So if you said var x equals 5, x plus 5 is 10. Yeah. Oh, and Void Dreamer, yeah, no, there was a stream delay. Okay. Just making sure that was clear. Okay, good. Our eval loop is fixed. Why do we even do this? Oh yeah, because we were going to put in the garbage collecting command. So let's put this in. We'll say in main, we'll put a garbage collect, and all this is yep, good. Winston.info. The garbage collect function was invoked. All right. Added this mostly for debug purposes so that I don't have to import memoir. Yeah. Okay, let's restart that, and then oh wait, we need to bind a function to that, the garbage collect function. Which, by the way, this is why this is so weird. Because if I add a new function here and I type something like gc, then I'd have to type this dot garbage collect, which, like I said, is very strange. But this is kind of how I wanted eval to work. Oh well. Yeah, so we can restart this. Now I'm curious, after we run this, what will memory usage go to? Because remember, the full heap compaction garbage collect does not run very frequently. So we see memory rising. That's fine. It's still transpiling files right now. And it's not something that a user would have to deal with. It's something I have to deal with. And then once it's done, it's done. So at some point, this starts the server. There we go, at about 250 megabytes, it starts it. So then if we type garbage collector, did I make it GC? Yeah. And now our memory usage goes down by about 100 megabytes. That's pretty good. So in help, I need to modify this now so that GC is manually invoke the garbage collector. There, that was it. That's all I wanted to do. So there, add in a garbage collect function. That's done. Now we check that in. We can close these other things and commit. Good. And good. Added in a command line function for the server that will manually invoke the garbage collector. You can access this with GC. When you type a command on the server that isn't recognized, it is treated as a string to eval. Good. So fixed bug that Mirplex found where player chat messages are not truncated. They should be truncated first on the client so you know how many characters you can send. So how many characters should you be able to send? That's the first question. Like, I'm on the server and I really want to bother people, so I type out like an incredibly long message. Let's get some lorem ipsum text in here and just duplicate this a bunch of times. In fact, let's join these lines. So there. And then we hit the send button. And yeah, we have just spammed everybody's chat with this very long... Wait a second. Is this cut off? It looks like it might be. No. Yeah, these are the same buffer. So yeah, there is no max chat length. But if you're ever typing something as long as this, there is a problem. So why don't we instead limit it to like this much text? How many characters is that? That's 447. So if we let you send 500 bytes at a time, I think that's fine. Voyager says, roadmap wise, when do you expect to have true auth implemented? And do you foresee any reason for auth? No, there's no reason for authorization anymore because everyone has just an account and that's it. We might at some point do something like you could have a moderator account and then you could ban users or who knows what. But that's not important for the very first product launch. So when do I plan on having real authentication? I'd say probably 4 to 5 months from now. It's not something that's very important because here's where we stand now. An account exists of a Twitch name and a randomly generated password, and that's it. So this is fine. If I made all of these passwords public, it'd still be fine. Eventually what we're going to switch to is that an account has a Twitch name and a randomly generated password, and also your inventory and bot configurations. Now all of a sudden you've got some of your work, quote unquote. This is like game progress. At this point, if I made all the passwords public, you still don't really lose anything. As soon as I do something like this, where an account becomes an email address and your own password, that's when we're going to have real authentication. So right up until that point, if like my entire database leaks and it's just made public and every hacker in the world got access to that, you've lost nothing. Because there's no personal information there. There's your Twitch name, which you decided to make public on the internet already. There's a randomly generated password, which has nothing to do with you. So it's not like you ever use this password on other websites either. And hey, Stephis. Steph is VK. Stephis? And we're going to try to get it to the point where, so right now this is all you've got, right? You join the server, there's nothing even saved on your account. We're going to try to get to this point in the next month or two. Any OAuth potential? Yes, there's definitely potential for that. So let's limit you to 500 bytes. Max export const max chat message length equals 500. The amount of characters someone can type for a chat message. Okay, we need to make sure to prevent long Unicode strings from getting through too. So on the server, here's what we'll do. We'll go start with that. We'll say there's a chat message thing, right? Yeah, player chat message, received chat message. So received a message from player. So if it's not a string, or if util dot, what did I call that function? Length in UTF-8 bytes. So here's what we'll do. We'll take this. If util dot the length of the message is greater than constants dot max chat message length, then just return. We should probably like to do perhaps log an error here, because they would probably have had to hack their client to type this message. Steffi, SVK Slovakia. Is it pronounced Steffi? Or am I pronouncing that wrong too? Because I wanna write this down. Wait. First of all, I typed your name wrong. But I'm gonna say Steffi SVK. Yeah, let me know. So we got rid of that. We don't need that anymore. This we might want. JSON.dcycle is pretty important when we do need it. It's nice to have, but we don't need it all the time. And I wonder what happens right now if we just said like this, or JSON.stringify this. This probably produces an error. No, it doesn't. This dot game server, const.log this dot game server. Evaluated undefined. What? This dot game server not equal to null. It's false. There's no game server? What? What? What did I screw up? Oh, I think I know. We got it. Yeah, alright, that's the problem. This now refers to something totally different. I screwed this up. Okay, well, that's another bug we gotta add to the list then. So, evaluating eval from the command line now has a different this. So this dot game server doesn't work. There is no game server, it's all in my head. This is like A Beautiful Mind, except with code. It'd be a terrible movie. Alright, well, as far as max chat messages go, now if I restart this, if I restart the game server, isn't that the plot of this entire stream? Welcome back, Walter. Okay. So if I restart the server and then I connect to it, whoops, where did that just go? There. Okay. And then we have to wait for that to hit 250 before it even starts to do anything. So tedious. It used to not be this way. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. But anyway, there it goes. Now it's finally starting this up. We connect and we try typing a really, really long chat message. So let's paste this in. It should not work. Like, we shouldn't see, yep, good. Doesn't even go into our chat. Why did he break? Please use @ to talk to me. Okay, so we fixed that part. Now there's one other thing we need to do, and that's chat input. Chat input needs to be capped at the max length. So e.target.value, we'll say if so let typed message equals e.target.value. If type if util, so we need util here. So import star as util from .. shared / game and client and game server / util. Okay, so we get util, and then that can't be found, so we probably need to go up one more folder. Still can't be found. All right, let me take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's five folders up. Okay, if we say util.length in UTF-8 bytes So it's going to be the same thing that we wrote on the connection manager. Length in UTF-8 bytes. So let's put this into here. Changed. Whoa, what happened to our code? It did happen to our code. That was weird. Okay, if typed message is greater than that, then we say typed message equals. This is going to be really weird when it comes to UTF-8 bytes. So, how do we do this then? I guess first we truncate to. All right, yeah. Here's an idea. This is not great, but we could say let's make a function called export function truncate UTF-8 string stir. Oh, and then num chars. Boxy Baby says, just curious, but can a bot dodge a missile? No. So, missiles and lasers are both instantaneous. So when you... Why is nobody on the server? So you see lasers get animated over here, so you'll see them fire. However, as soon as they were fired on the server, they immediately like hit their target. And so on the client, they're only animating for your sake so that you don't say, wait a second, my bot just died, I didn't see anything hit it. So lasers and missiles can't be avoided. However, artillery does have a travel time, so artillery could be avoided. And if you watch this, I'll show you. If I make an artillery bot and then I just put this down, so let's just call this, arty, and we deploy a couple of these. So take a look. This fired artillery up here, and the bot moved out of the way. So it just takes a very small amount of splash damage, like very small amount. The converse of that is that you might move into artillery because someone shot a while ago and then you move and now the artillery hits you and just totally destroys you. But that's what artillery is all about. Raheem says, is he creating a software? Yeah, I'm creating a game here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's continue with this. So what I want to write is a function that gets around, I have a string like this, right? And this is something I think Void Dreamer and someone else, maybe Spurtman, they were messing around with Unicode characters at first. So you have a string that looks like this. If you do the length of this, it's going to say 12, but it's actually 32 bytes. So what we want to do is we want to truncate this, and we don't care if it still has any meaning because this is essentially supposed to stop spammers. So if you're spamming a message that's 500 bytes, but in Unicode characters that only let you communicate half of your message, then just too bad because you can't spam other players. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to just keep cutting bytes off of this until we're within the number of characters that you want to be. In fact, what we could do, we could like binary search our way there. That would make this much faster. Like we keep cutting the length of the string in half until it fits. But we keep track of what we did. Because by getting rid of... Let's see what happens when we do this. What happens when you do this dot substir 0, 11. Okay, 0, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Okay, this does not work how I'd expect. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. So see what happened here? The difference between substring 5 and substring 6 is not a single character. It's some ridiculous amount of bytes. But yeah, it's like this block. As far as even Chrome is concerned, highlighting this is all one character because it can't highlight individual things. So yeah, we wanna change this. And so here, I'll just write the naive algorithm because I'll just say their starting length equals length in UTF-8 bytes stir, and we'll say we can't do this. We'll say while true. We'll just keep truncating the string well, current length is greater than num target length. Yeah. Then we'll do stir equals stir dot substir 0, comma, cur length minus 1. And then that same thing here. Okay. Yeah. Then we return the new string. Let's try this out. Let's take both these functions and we'll take the exports off of them. We'll paste them in the browser and we'll test it. So now there's a truncate UTF-8 string. Let's get our UTF-8 string, which was this, and try this. So here's our string and we want to truncate this to 11. Whoa. How do I type it? Okay, well, we're going to have to type the 11 first and then type the string. Nope, we can't type the comma either. Okay, this is like LTR encoding or something screwing up. Man, I can't figure out how to even type this into the console. Yep, nope, that won't work. I don't know how to do this. And maybe we type it in here first and then we paste all that in. So truncate, why is truncate not even a function anymore? UTF-8 string? What's going on? Oh man, I don't know what's happening. Test. They were like stuck in a string or something. It stopped evaluating everything. I don't know what's happening. Let's just refresh the page. Wait, if you're linking Spotify stuff, I can't really listen to that because I don't have a setup for that right now. Boxy Baby says, do you plan to give missiles a travel time? It would be cool if you need to use some sort of prediction for shooting and being able to dodge stuff. As far as I understand, the only thing you can dodge now is artillery. I guess this would add more diversity to the game. So, no, I'm not planning on doing that. So here's the thing. If you could dodge missiles, this would become more a game about like enumerate all the projectiles that are coming toward me, come up with some crazy algorithm to figure out where I should move, and then move there. But we should just give you that API because there's no reason why you should have to write that, since we're not trying to target coders with this game necessarily. We're trying to target strategy gamers. So instead what we've said is you can shoot a laser at someone, they might reflect it, they might have some evasion mechanism somehow that's not necessarily moving out of the way, but rather just like an evade stat where they have a 5% chance to just have the laser miss. But you can't figure out where a projectile is going to go. Even artillery, you can only dodge it by virtue of moving out of the way. You can't dodge it by virtue of seeing that it's there and then moving out of the way, because a bot can't detect artillery. And without going into too much more detail, I think this makes sense for the botland idea that we've set up. It's not similar to other games, definitely. In most other games, if you see a missile coming at you, you could just be like, oh, I'm going to stand out of the way, and the missile hit the ground behind me. Alexander Mendez, or probably Alexander, I don't know. In C#, making a similar game to Tetris with the console. How do you make it so you stop controlling a piece once it reaches the bottom of a matrix and create a new one? I would say, so first of all, let me know how to pronounce your name. And second of all, I would say to look this up on the internet. It's something I could probably help with, but it's not something that would take me a small amount of time. The watcher said, well, you can open it in a browser. I'll have to look at it afterward. Let me put this on my list. All right, so what we were going to test here is we have... Oh, wait, whoa, we crashed. Oh, this has a... Interesting. Cur length minus 1. This is an infinite loop. I did not realize that. Oh yeah, we never broke out of... Well, current length should eventually go down below target length. Okay, well, the only way to recover from this is to just try closing that tab. Boxy Baby says, but with this way, wouldn't you hit pretty fast the best possible bot which could be created, though? So... I haven't shared... Oh, man. All right, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in chat, by the way, so that's why I'm, like, trying to pay attention to that and not get distracted at the same time, which is very tough. Earlier today, I said there's some stuff I wanted to talk about and kind of see what people think. So here's... I wonder if I should just do this now. Alright, I'll say explain bot bays and the classic problem with them. Alright, I will talk about this. I'll start talking about it in maybe a minute or so. I'm going to answer their other parts of chat. Alexander says, cheers anyway. Kind of got the name better than many. Well, let me know still how you would pronounce it. That way, every time I say your name in the future, I'm not like, I don't know how to say your name. Is it an ah sound or an ah sound at the beginning? Is it Alexander? Are you a guy or girl? So is it like a draw sound at the end or a der sound at the end? Anyway, between the two of us, we need this in there somewhere. Perhaps in common with raising this. It's okay. Love this. Okay, great. So I'm gonna explain this. This is gonna go into some game design, and here's what I'm concerned about. And I already told you guys this earlier. There's going to be a lot of, I think, discussion raised as part of me talking about this stuff, and it's exactly what Boxy Baby's talking about. First of all, I really appreciate getting any sort of feedback like that and asking questions about gameplay. There are certain decisions that we just say at the end, like, well, here's how we want the game to be. And we usually have a reason for why we want that. Now, there are certain things that I call axioms of game design for this game. One of the things is we will have automation in the game. So you might end up changing what I talk about in this conversation so much to the point where you get a game like StarCraft. StarCraft is a well-established, fun game. So if you were to convert Botland into StarCraft, you might have a very fun game, a potentially fun game. However, we've then mutated one of our axioms so that it's now automation is not a core feature of the game. So I will get started with talking about some of the things that we've been discussing in the last few days, and I'll let you know that none of this is final yet. So what we've said right now, the way that you play Botland is you go onto the server and you maybe see, oh, look, there's a lasers bot there and there's some cloaked bots. So I'm going to deploy something that beats both of those. I'm going to put something like Reflect, and let's do something that can't be, I don't know, let's do Zapper, because that can target cloaked bots as well. And you say, okay, this is the counter to what I'm currently seeing in the arena, so I'm going to deploy bots that beat that thing. Now your enemy seeing that, wait, he has Reflect and Zapper, that's totally beaten by artillery, which can't be reflected and doesn't get close enough to them to be zapped by their artillery. Then they, seeing that you have artillery, again, keep going and going. They make melee, and then you, seeing that they have melee, you make missiles, and the cycle goes on. This is how most strategy games are balanced. This is called the meta game of seeing, this is the situation right now, how do I respond to that? And then knowing that they might respond to that with something else, how do I prepare for that too? So great. That's what it looks like now, though. This is not what we were planning on having eventually. What we wanted to have was the concept of a bot bay. So you start with three bot bays, and all a bot bay is, it's a bay consists of your hardware loadout and your cosmetic pieces. So if you have like a dragon head on your bot, that would go into a bot bay, and then it would be considered used. If you have, and so let me specify this stuff. Hardware loadout is the consists of the slots. So when you say lasers 3, missiles 2, cloaking 2, this is a hardware loadout. Whoops. So this is a hardware loadout. Now, your account has an inventory. So accounts have an inventory. And by the way, I'm going to explain kind of all of this, and then I'll start responding to chat and asking some questions about what you guys think. So accounts have an inventory, and an inventory consists of, like, let's for now ignore cosmetic pieces entirely, actually. So as far as a bot bay is, it's just this part. So a bot bay looks exactly like this UI that you see over here. I mean, you know, it's going to be themed differently, but for right now, this is a bot bay. So your code is not part of the bay. Accounts have an inventory. So you might, excuse me, I'm going to have to talk a lot here, which is why I gotta make sure to keep drinking water. Your inventory contains hardware pieces. And how we're eventually going to have this work is probably a little bit differently. So you might have something like this. You might have and then let's just say like super special hardware 2. Actually, no, let's not complicate this. And let's put some reflect shields in here too. So right now, I can put reflect 3 on a bot. Eventually, that will no longer be a thing. You will start forming up reflect or lasers by combining multiple small pieces. So now I want to make this bot. I can't. I don't have missiles. I don't have, well, I actually have everything else. So I can't make this bot because I don't have missiles. So you say, okay, I'll create a bot bay. I'll create a bay, and I'm going to put lasers, cloaking, and then let's put like reflect. So you have 7 slots you can put things in. So this turns into, lasers level 3, cloaking level 2, and reflect level 3. Great, you have your bot bay. Now you can make up to 3 of these, and I'll say, remember, you can make 3 of these. When you join a game, you've got your 3 already configured bot bays. So now this point of like responding to what the metagame is proactive instead of reactive, in the sense that you've already configured the bots. Now that would be really bad if we just left the game like that, because you might go into a game and say, I can't compete with these people. I don't have reflect, and every single person in the game has lasers, so I'm just losing to them. Okay, fine. So here's what we've been talking about lately. And hey, Exo Gaming. What we've been talking about lately, and we have not finalized this, which is why I'm saying this is almost kind of a rabbit hole to talk about at all. What we said is the player does not have enough of a decision tree during a game. Their game turns into, I have bot bay A, I have bot bay B, and I have bot bay C. Which one do I deploy at first, and then what do I deploy in reaction to other people? So we wanted to increase the decision tree that you have as a player during the game. So what we talked about is, what if we change the arena around on the fly? What if all of a sudden there were turrets on the side of the arena and they shot spikes out at you and you had to avoid those? Well, okay, that's really cool the first time you see it, right? You're like, oh, that's a neat advantage for certain players or a disadvantage for others. I'm going to code around that in my bot. So you write your code. You write something like, if, I don't know, maybe the turret's at column number 5. So you say like, if x equals 5, then the very first thing I better do is like move out of the way. So you put this code in your script. The problem is, the next time you see turrets show up, you think, well, I already wrote the code for this. I know what I've got to do. So eventually you just leave it in your script and you comment it out. So the problem is, we've increased the decision tree by doing something like that, but it's not in a fun way that makes it so that over the course of, let's say, 100 games of Botland, that you're still intrigued by these changes to the arena that we've made. So what we decided is we need to expand the decision tree in such a way that it's not something your bot has access to. So here's what we're talking about. And this is tentative, so remember, this is not the solution necessarily. What we talked about is, what if you had what we're calling secondary objectives? And these might be something like this. It might be something like harvest 10 resources. It might be something like, I'm just going to make things up because I don't really want to come up with real things right now, but it might be something like lay 50 landmines. I don't know. There's just some set of resources or some set of objectives. And at any given time, you're shown, all right, what the goal of the game is to get the most kills at the end of 10 minutes. So remember, there's always this primary objective, and in a death match, it would be get the most kills at the end of 10 minutes, and get would be like have the most kills. So that makes sense to hopefully everybody. There's a game mode, you're in deathmatch, so your goal is get the most kills. Great. I think everybody understands that. There's a time limit, so just whoever has a higher score at the end wins. But now we put in the secondary objective. Harvesting 10 resources doesn't necessarily help you get toward the primary objective of getting the most kills. But when you accomplish this, you get a reward for completing secondary objective that only lasts for the rest of the game. And the rewards are going to be randomized. So that it might be something like this. And I'll just make things up for this too. Plus 20% damage when X is even. Plus 5% missiles damage. Something like 100% reflect shield enabled for 2 minutes. Or who knows what else. Let's just add one more thing. Automatically deploy an extra 5 bots the next time you deploy, when the normal maximum is only 3, let's say. Okay. So You complete a secondary objective. You harvested 10 resources. Now you're presented with, let's say, 3 of these options, and you get to pick one of them. So you might think this. You might think, okay, missile damage. This is very easily understandable. I'll just do more damage for the rest of the match with my missiles. However, I don't have missiles on my bots. Because remember, before you even went into the game, you configured your bot bay. And bot bay A might have had, lasers 3, cloaking 2, reflect 3. Bot bay B might have had artillery 2, melee 3, and landmines 1, and shield 1. I don't know. And then bot base C had something else. You don't have missiles, so you're not going to pick this one. This 20% damage when X is even. Well, okay, hang on. When X is even, that means I need to code it so that I'm standing in even numbered columns. I don't maybe know how to do that, so I'm not going to pick this one either. So maybe I pick this one. Oh, reflect shield. So now if the enemies have lasers or missiles, that gives me something I can do without having to code. So I completed the secondary objective and I got this reward. Great, understandable. I've worked it into my strategy somehow. I've picked this based on all of these other parameters. What we've done now is we've expanded the decision tree for a player. So in a game, you're not just deciding anymore, do I want bot bay A, B, or C? You're also thinking, should I go for the secondary objective of harvest? Do I have a good setup to do that? Should I just go for the primary objective? If I get the secondary objective, which rewards do I pick? How does that influence the rest of the match, knowing that matches might last something like 10 to 15 minutes? So, with all that said, that's kind of where we're steering things. We're steering things to, let's add in more decision making via some human involved interaction as opposed to bot interaction. And we haven't fully settled on this, but this will steer the direction of our design for the next couple weeks at least. And then obviously we'll change the coding that I eventually do based on the design. So my general question is just, what do you guys think from that? I know I just kind of spoke for like the last 10 minutes about, hey, here's how the game's going to work. But do you guys have any thoughts? Do you think it sounds fun? Do you think it sounds like, well, that's way too complex? Do you think... just what do you think about this? Meanwhile, I'll answer what Exo Gaming said. Can I put a link in chat? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So remember, the problem we initially set out to solve was just, we want to give you more choices in the game. We also want you to feel like you've got a link to your bots. Like, you like bot A. This is my cool kill bot. I've got a good script for it. And changing this out would be like, oh man, I'm gonna be losing this. Void Dreamer says, I think that sounds interesting and on par with current games. Gambit says, I wasn't there for most of the explanation. Ancient Scion says, I like it. It sounds deep and not too casual, which is good these days. Yeah, so what we need to keep in mind, and I know this sounds really weird for a game like Botland, a game that you have code and that you can automate your bots, but despite that you can write code, so I can write something like, where's this crazy code I had up here? Something like this. I can write code like this in JavaScript because I know how to write JavaScript, but I don't expect the average player to know how to code, and I don't expect them to even care about this. The whole point is that you can use pre-made scripts and snippets. And for something like that, we got to be careful about these rewards that we give out where it's like, you need to modify your code. So what we hope to have eventually is a ranking system where you start out your newbie level and you maybe all of the rewards you get are very straightforward. It's like plus damage given, minus damage taken, life leech on your projectiles, something like that, where it's like, okay, I understand this. I can grasp this very easily. As you move up in the ranks, we do expect you to have some more automation knowledge, not necessarily coding knowledge, remember. You could be using Blockly, you could be using snippets, and for that, you'd have more options available to you. It can also be musical. It's either. So the problem is, at some point, people won't do your own scripts. It'll be a big copy paste event. Yeah, and that's exactly what that's why we don't plan on making coding the part where things are tough. If you feel like copy pasting a script from online, that's fine. But it should be the strategy that you yourself come up with so that when you see a script out there, you think, okay, this is good, but I'd rather shoot missiles before I shoot lasers. That's a choice that you have, and it's a choice that you can always even modify the copy pasted script that you got. Gambit says, explain it all again. Exo says, I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, to be honest. Boxy Baby says, well, the options are cool, but what I really don't get, why would I write custom code when the game already provides predefined snippets? You might not. That's the thing. You might not. The predefined scripts and snippets might be enough for you. So if you take this bot like Ultra Killer, right? This checks to see if it can cloak right off the bat, and then if it's cloaked, it checks to see can it go fire at enemies or something. You might say this is perfectly fine, but you might say, wait a second, I really want to lay a landmine. So if I can lay a landmine, do that immediately. And there, you've modified this without having to spend a lot of time thinking about it, without having to write any code. I just moved an if statement from, well, now I got to just look differently. I moved an if statement from here up to here. That's something hopefully anyone can do after going through the tutorial in this game. And so if you've decided that you don't want to do that, then yeah, don't do it. And Gambit says, coding knowledge for the win. By the way, I've never understood how coding blocks work. Like, how would someone make a simple one? Could you explain it sometime? Yes, I can. These coding blocks, I can make a simple script. Let's do that right now, actually. So I will. Oh, this still isn't going to close, is it? I got to close that manually. Where did that go? Here. I don't know which one of these is which. Did I? Yep. Good. I did it. Boxy Baby says, well, sure, but there isn't much room for optimization. What can you do? Change move and targeting behavior, not much more, though. There are things. You will get access to enumerating all the enemies around you, so maybe you want to run away for a bit, but you want to know where best to run to. There are a bunch of different things, but we've settled on a level of automation for this game that we're comfortable with giving non-coders. So if you take a look at other coding-based games, you'll see that they are very much targeted at coders. They are games where if you don't know for loops, if you don't know functions, if you don't know whatever APIs are available to you, you're going to be worse at the game. We didn't want that for Botland. We wanted it to be accessible. So Gambit, here is... Oh, how do you create the coding blocks like from source of game? Oh, look up Blockly. It's an open source library. And so creating the blocks from here is pretty easy because you as a user can just drag these things on. Like if will my lasers hit an item, then fire my lasers. So you can do something like this pretty easily. What else are people saying? Okay. Ancient Science says, I like it a lot. I can customize and refine my script and improve the odds time and time again. However, how exactly will my bot follow my script? Will it follow it 100% or will it apply it like a random number generator to select if it will apply my scripted step? Can I really 100% control my bot from actions like shooting, but also ordering movements, for example, if else, depending on distance between mine and enemy bot? This seems to be something you can code on. Yeah, so Ancient Zion, all of that is, they're good questions. The way that your script works, yes, your bot will follow it 100%. So here's a really simple script. Let's take a look at this. I'll put it in Sublime so that you can see it easily. Update is called every time your bot gets a turn. And your bot gets a turn every so often. So the first thing we're going to do is check, will lasers hit? So that checks to see, can I shoot north, east, west, and south? And if so, if one of those will cause it to hit, then this returns true. And then I'll fire lasers. So there is no randomness in this aspect. So let's say our script just contained this. So let's paste this down here and just get rid of this stuff. So this is our script. This is dead simple. We won't ever even move. We'll just shoot lasers. And now let's say you've got let's say you are, wait, I gotta get a screenshot when something happens. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now let's say you're in this situation. If you're the solo bot and you were to fire your lasers up, like your script literally said, fire lasers up, and that's it, then guess what? You will hit L76. But if you said this, if you said, will lasers hit up, it will return false and you won't shoot your lasers. And the reason why is because this bot is cloaked and your bot can't see cloaked bots, despite that you as a human can. So in that sense, you could kind of consider this randomness, as in other players are interacting with your scripts in ways you might not expect, but it's not randomness in the sense of just give me in 50% of the time this thing's going to happen. Didn't realize it's a turn-based game. That's good. Yeah, it makes for better planning. Yeah, it is. And turns are such that they're hopefully short enough where you feel like your bot's constantly doing something, but they're not so long that it feels like a turn-based game. Like even if I slowed this down by a factor of 2, so let me do that really fast. Debug main.simulation server.arena.ticktime equals 2000. So now these get their turns now once every 2 seconds. And you can see the game has slowed down, but it's still pretty reasonable. What else? Boxy Baby says, by the way, can bots see the whole field? If yes, how about some sort of fog of war? No, they can't. So bots have a sensor range of 5 tiles by default, which means, and this is in Manhattan distance. So what that means is this Freya bot can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles away, all the way up to here, all the way up to wherever that goes. So Freya can see something like that. And I knew I drew this diamond a little bit compacted because the top is really like this. So Freya can see this much of the arena at any given time, and you have an API that'll let you extend your sensor range to 7. So you could extend it. Yeah, fog of war will probably not be a thing given how many bots will be in the world at a given time. So anyway, all right, I wanted to kind of pose these ideas to you guys because it's still something we're talking about. We're trying to figure out how matchmaking is going to work, how ranking is going to work, how these secondary objectives work, etc. Ancient Science says, I think there should be another canvas if it's a canvas that actually displays what your bot can see, i.e. apply cloak and vision range. So totally, that was something that I had in the prototype and something that I plan on having again. It won't be another canvas probably. It'll be more like you can click a bot and say, show me what this bot can see. And then it'll render only the things within that vision range. How we present that to the user is still up in the air, and I haven't coded that feature yet for the non-prototype, but the real game that we're working on now. All right, so let's save this as like botland, bot base, and secondary objectives combo.txt. Can you use Blockly in any language? Yeah, you can. So the way, I'll explain this really quickly. The way that Blockly works from a coding perspective is there are generators for any given language. So I happen to be using a generator for JavaScript, and if you take a look at the code for that, something like fire lasers, let's take a look at this block. So fire lasers, I'm going to drag this block over here. So let's see what we've got. We've got fire in any direction, right, down, up, and left. So okay, I can pick these and it can connect to something that's got a little divot up there. So you can see that I've appended a field, a drop down, which is exactly what you saw earlier. Fire in any direction, right, down, up, and left, just like before. And then here is the generator for JavaScript for this. All it does is it calls fire lasers. So if I make my code just have fire lasers up and I hit edit as JavaScript, it'll say fire lasers up, which is what's done here, fire lasers direction. So perfect. And so hopefully that helps. Ancient Science says, why do you use WebGL for this when the graphics yet would be fine in 2D context too? WebGL is much faster and lets me apply things like shaders and particle effects. And I know Canvas lets you do particle effects too, but that stuff is much slower. My last game that I'd made just for fun, this was not my full-time job or anything, which this one is open source. The game I'm working on now is not. And you can play this here if you want. This was all Canvas. And I ran into enough little like rendering issues where I thought, no, I'm using WebGL. So if you want, you can play this game and have fun. Other question, what information can you get about enemy bots with code? Can you see their abilities or do you manually need to track them? If not, can you track missiles, lasers, etc. to gather information? Your bot can see practically nothing about enemy bots. And that's part of the point of this game. You as a human, let's say you see 90% of your enemies are using missiles whenever they want to attack. Then you would say, well, the counter to missiles is reflect. So I'm going to deploy reflect bots. If your bots had that information, then they would be able to just activate reflect themselves exactly when it's necessary, and it removes some of the interaction from you. And remember, all of those things that remove interaction from you condense your decision tree into, I'm going to copy paste the best code from whatever player in the world. It's very, very tough to find a balance in an automation game between automation and manual interaction. There are a lot of problems that are not posed in other games. Like, if you're playing a game like World of Warcraft, a lot of what's fun is, well, there are many different things, and it's a very massive game, but a lot of what's fun is when you're in a battle, you're pressing all of the keys to do something. If you were to come up with automation, you would eventually, at some point, have the best script in the world. Maybe it's megabytes and megabytes of code, and you've accounted for everything, but you'd come up with a formidable AI, and then what do you do at that point? You're tweaking your AI. That's fun for a very specific kind of player, coders, in fact, and there are games like that in the automation space for coders, and we don't want Botland to be one of those games. We want it to be a game that's fun for strategy gamers who like thinking in terms of automation, but in simpler steps. Like, I have a script and I want to change certain things around, so just move entire blocks up to where you want them, and then put this block where you wherever, and change your strategy that way. And think in terms of what beats what. How do I go through the match and still have strategic decisions I can make? Poxy Baby says, well, but as far as I know, there are melee bots. Would be cool if a bot can detect that and change his behavior, e.g. keep it on distance, etc. So chances are, if you have a melee bot that you're fighting against, so check this out. I can make a melee bot that also has thrusters 3 and will move way faster than you. So if a melee bot is coming at you like this, and you can only move away like this, then you probably don't even want to run from that bot. I think this game will have an alias called Genesis. Whoever gets a reference, more might to you. I have not. I do not get that reference. So less might to me. Alright, so all of that was a big sidetrack. I know I talked about this. That was like 25 minutes of design talk, and it is important, but it's not pressing necessarily. So let's get back to what we were doing, which is writing this function. Now, I don't know for sure, but I believe, let's try doing this. What if we did this dot subster 0, comma, what's the length of this? 31, I guess. What happens when we put this into the console? I can't tell if that did anything. So let's also put in this function. Okay. Now we need to get the length of that string. Length in UTF-8 bytes. We paste in this string. It's 32. So what is the length of this string? 32 also. Oh, interesting. So what I was trying to do doesn't even work. You can't just keep cutting this down. Wow. Man, substring really screws up with Unicode characters, huh? Oh, because it thinks the length is... Oh, I know what I have to do here. I need to say current length minus 1. I need to do... No, this is wrong. It needs to be string.length minus 1. No, we can't use cur length below because... Subster works based on JavaScript's string length. What else here? Boxy Baby says, well, may you want to move if there are other bots near you to trick the melee bot so it will attack another bot because it's nearer than you to him. Yeah, and that's possible. And so, yes, we're not surfacing that necessarily. Now, let's say a bot all of a sudden appeared next to you, then it uncloaked very recently and is like on top of you. So chances are that bot has some melee strategy. And look, this is where I always have to get with these conversations. I feel bad by saying this, but wait and see. I think the game's going to be fun. On that level at least. I think that the interplay between melee and missiles and can I detect this and can I not, I think that part's going to be fun. If it's not, but it appeals to enough players, then yeah, maybe we tweak it. And sorry, if it's not and it doesn't appeal to enough players, then yes, maybe we tweak it. But I think that's one of those things where we just said, yes, this is the state of the world. All right, let's try this out. This might work now. And I don't know if it will. So we're gonna do this: truncate UTF-8 string, and we're gonna say target length is gonna be 30. Oh, so first we need to say, oh, darn it, hang on. We need to say if cur length is less than or equal to target length, then just return string. Yeah, that's important. Otherwise, we'll run into an infinite loop here. Foxy Video said, did you think about maybe adding two sorts of modes, one for casual players, one for coders? We thought about it, and okay, here's what we originally had planned, and this is what is still up in the air, and what I'm having like very long conversations about. We'd originally planned on having modes like, Deathmatch and Capture the Flag and King of the Hill and some other thing. And then you join whatever game mode you wanted to join. And so eventually we'd have a mode, for coders, and then a mode for, here's if you haven't spent money on the game and you still want to have access to all these different things that aren't there. There are a lot of problems with that. So for now, I'll kind of just shelve this and say, yeah, we thought about it. We're not totally sure what we're going to do yet. Voucher says, what's your favorite all-time song? Just throw it in chat so I can copy-paste it. What, like song with lyrics? I don't even know. I don't even know what my favorite piece of music is. But like I said, I listen like 99% of the time it's to classical music. Maybe 90% of the time it's to classical music. So I don't think most people can identify with what it is that I would paste in. Is this Rickroll? No. PG's more than a woman. Better than Rickroll. Alright, let's paste these functions in. Let's try this out. So we're going to put this here. We're going to say truncate it to, 30 bytes. Let's see how this works. This might cause an infinite loop. Oh no, it apparently... Okay, let's make a function called truncate and test stir target length. Or we could just put this in here for now. No, we should make this. Stir equals truncate UTF-8 stir target length, and now say console.log current length is length in UTF-8 of the string. Great, and we need to make this a function. And then we need to make truncate and test to do this. So let us call this function in here. Current length is 29. Okay, I feel like this worked. Watcher says, first thing that comes to mind, genre does not matter unless you want it in the list itself. Then suggest anything but classical. What list? I haven't been paying attention to this. I was paying attention to the game design chat, but here I will link something that I very much like. Souvenir de France. Boop. Boop. Gotta love Tchaikovsky. Okay. Yeah, so let's truncate this down to, I guess, 12 bytes and see what this does. It didn't print the string, though. So we need to do a console.log string. There. Conork says, what is this game going to be? And Dr. W says, are you sitting in a chair or standing? Yeah, I'm standing. So what the game's going to be, and I had a very long conversation just now about how this is going to change. So I'll give you the short of it, which is, this is Botland. It's a game about automation. It's a strategy game. So what you do is you make bots, and for right now, you make them over here. You say something like, I want lasers and I want reflect. And then you write code for the bots. So if you want to, you can write literal JavaScript code, or you can write this visual language. And so I'll shortcut all this. I'll just write a snippet here. So let's make my bot fire lasers if it can fire a laser. And we'll make it reflect. Actually, before we do that, we'll make it closer to enemies if it's far away, and then we'll make it just move around. So we've got our script, and I'll call this bot Conork, and we will deploy one of these. Where did Conork go? There it is. So see, it's reflecting, and it's shooting lasers, just like what we told it to do. And you can see occasionally that it'll reflect an enemy missile. Yeah, so there we go. And then it dies, and it gets redeployed somewhere else. There's our Conork bot now. It's chasing machines, just like how we told it to do, and it's shooting them with lasers when it can. And yeah, it's all based on this code that we had here. So if we can reflect, then reflect. If we can shoot our lasers, then shoot our lasers. Otherwise, pursue an enemy. Otherwise, move. And like, we didn't have to write code, but if we wanted to, we could have written the JavaScript out for that. Okay, I think this function is working now. And the whole point of doing this, by the way, is so that if we had a really long chat message that had Unicode characters, that this would work. Okay. Matches only the 10 ... bytes. And so I think this function looks good. It's not the best it could be. The best it could be is, well, no, this is fine. I mean, the string length can't be that long, and this is only going to take place on your own machine anyway. So if you do try spamming, it would just lag your own machine. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's use this function then. So here we go. This takes in a string which possibly contains UTF-8 bytes and truncates it to the target length. So this is a string, this is a number, and this is a string that it returns. Okay. Oh, and by the way, Conwork, well, really anyone in chat, if you want to get access to the game, you can watch that video to find out how to play and how to get access. In short, you spend loyalty points. If you guys want to find out anything more about like videos or Reddit or whatever else, just go to bot.land and you'll find all the different links here. So yeah, you can go to any of these things. I don't make money off of anything to do with Botland, like none of these sites. So if you like a video on YouTube or something, that's awesome. I definitely appreciate it, but I'm not advertising this because I somehow get money from any of this. My income is $0. And as soon as it's not $0, I'll stop advertising what my income is. Okay, so we've got this truncate function, but now we need to call it, and we're going to call it from chat input. So if it's greater than this, then let's say, well, let's just do this. util.truncate UTF-8 string type message constants dot this. Great. Okay, there we go. Let's try this out. So we wait for the build to finish. Whoa, what just happened? Okay, good. Build is finished. Let's refresh this page. We got to connect to the server, and then we got to type a really long UTF-8 string. So here's what we're going to do. We know for sure that this is 32 bytes long. So let's copy it. So now it's 64, 128, 256, 512. So now we have a 512 length string. If we try pasting it in here, that broke. Constants is not defined, I'm guessing. Constants. Yeah, it's not defined. Okay, fine. So we go into chat. Wait a second, what? I included util. Oh, I didn't include constants. Okay. All right, well, let's try this then. Done. Now we refresh this page, and then we try pasting it in, and it should get truncated to 500 bytes or less. That did not seem to work because it didn't paste anything into chat. Maybe, wait, yeah, we can just type freely here. That's not correct. What's on my clipboard? Is it that long string? Yeah. What's going on then? Maybe. Okay, hang on. Let's go back and correct. Maybe there's an assumption that's wrong here. Maybe if I copy paste this string and put two of them, that it's not actually double the length of the string. That is possible with these weird Unicode characters. So how do we test this? We put these functions in, then we do length in UTF-8 bytes of this string. No, it is double. So if I paste it in, so this was what, 64, 128, 256, 512. So if I pasted in this string, what I'd expect to happen is that it would get truncated. It's not getting truncated. Or it's getting truncated from, no, yeah, something's wrong. This isn't working. Chat input. Handle change. Get the typed message. Oh, we try. Oh, whoops. Okay, I'm stupid. Yeah, we gotta set this to typed message. Done. Problem solved. I like your music. Oh, the Tchaikovsky? Or are you talking about my personal YouTube? What do you mean by your music? Also, thank you, I guess. I am curious what you mean by that. Okay, here we go. Test number 2. That did not work either. This should change the state. Value of state.text. Yeah, something's wrong. Note that this is length in UTF-8 bytes. Excuse me. Am I an orchestra music fan? Yes. Yeah, and I, for some reason, I don't know whether it's exposure or it's like percentage of composers, but I happen to like Russian composers best from the Romantic era. There were a lot of good ones. Note that this is length in UTF-8 bytes. Yeah, why is this failing? This checks to see if it's greater than that. So that shouldn't be the issue. We have the type message here. Are we not truncating this or something? Let's do length in UTF-8 bytes. We'll put this here. Console.log typed message before is this. And then the type message after is this. Okay, so we save this. We let it rerun. Fat Cookie says, "Hey Adam, which program do you use? Do you mean to develop? This is Sublime Text." And Grantifer says, "Do you play an instrument?" I play piano. And actually, one of the things... Hang on, let me show you something. I bought this a long time ago, and it's a very aptly named product. This thing. Let me see if this is even showing up. So I got one of these. It is called a Novation Impulse. And that's why I said the name Impulse for something that you don't end up using that much. So what I intended to do is make video game music, but I haven't done that in a while. And yo game devs, Divine Quadon, who knows good sites to promote games? Really anything that has a community around it, so something like Reddit or Twitter. Yeah, so Grantifer, you can find my personal YouTube if you want to hear anything like that. It's very easy because it's the same name as my Twitch name. Okay, wait, I gotta apparently watch these things later. So let's try this out now. Have we fixed this problem? No, we haven't. We haven't fixed the problem, but we'll at least get some more insight into what the problem is. So let's see. Before and after is both 512. So what is... No, that can't be possible. No, that... Oh my god, I made like a CS 101 mistake here. Oh my god, I don't think I'll ever get over this mistake. I always expect this to mutate the string itself. This is like, whether I'm in C++ or I'm in Java or any language I make this mistake in for some reason. It escapes my mind for some reason. Okay, let's try this now. I think we fixed the problem now, which is good, and that's the whole reason you put some more information there. So let's see. Yep, perfect. And now when I press enter, yep, this prints out. It looks great. Look at all that. Look at all those characters. Grantifer says, "Nice, I'm a trombone player, so I play a lot of orchestral music. Tchaikovsky is one of my favorite composers as well." Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played any brass instruments. I have a very nerdy confession to make, which is that I own an ocarina, and I'm very bad at it. So as far as any mouth-controlled instruments. That's the only thing I've ever done or tried. Oh boy. All right. Yeah. So let's get rid of some of these things in the chat input. Get rid of that and that. Type message. So yeah, we have to truncate messages, and that way. Okay. So yeah, here's what happens. If you try typing a really long message, so let's get something that's 100 characters. Let's type this. That's 10. What happened to that string? Oh, there it is. Okay. So that's 10, 20. 40, 60, 80, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. So here's 500 characters. So we paste this in, and then we press the key A, and nothing happens. But if we backspace and press A, then we clearly see one A key gets put in, one A character. So this is perfect. It's truncating exactly how I'd expect. That's great. Like, we're done with this, I think. So let's just comment everything that we have, and then we're done. Perhaps log an error here because they would probably have had to hack their client to type this message. Yeah, for now I'm gonna actually, you know, let's log it. I don't think we should. We do need to, I'll say perhaps like flag this account because they had to hack their client in order to do this. So we'll say Winston.in, no, let's call it an error. And we'll say player.toString has typed a message that is, it's this many characters long. So const length in UTF-8 bytes equals that. Then we put this here, and then we say this. That is, well, let's put this in interpolated strings. So this person has typed a message that is this many bytes long. The max is, and then I guess we print out the maximum. Fine. So we say const max bytes equals that. Now we say if length is greater than max bytes, the max is max bytes. Yep, good. Okay, now the only problem is that this extends too far to the side, so let's just do that. Oh, what am I missing in chat? Void Dreamer and Wouter. I find that conversation funny. Do you mind if I ask how old you are? And then, not at all. May I ask how old you'd estimate me to be? Oh, and Grandfer says cool points plus equals 100. Well, thank you. Yeah. Now I've got all the birthdays. I'm gonna put this on my birthdays list. Okay, the Grantifer. Birthday is 12/25/XX. Got it. We are celebrating birthdays on this stream. Actually, whose birthday is next? I gotta make sure this is in sorted order. So Tiburon's birthday is coming up. Lou Long's was the last one. Alright, got age guessing. You don't have mine, nor will you ever have my age at this point. I have your approximate age, although I don't share anyone's on stream unless they want me to. Because you told me in a message. Alright. Yeah, so we are back in business. Chat messages are now truncated to 500 bytes regardless. Well, yeah, 500 bytes. I think that's fine. Message, if I want to look into this on stream. NPO radio top 2000. They use some kind of gibberish language here, Wouter. I don't think this is real. This is Lorem Ipsum. I'm kidding. I know you're Dutch. And I know when I sound like an idiot because I'm joking on stream, there's a certain set of people who probably think, no, he's just an idiot. And you're welcome to think that, but that part at least was a joke. There's no way you'll be streaming on my birthday unless you're a workaholic. Well, when is Christmas this year? The Friday the 25th. See, the thing is, so I'm not from the state that I'm living in, but I'm also not able to go home this year to visit my family. So I don't know what'll be going on Christmas. I don't know if my wife is going to be here then, because she's traveling sometime around then to go see like a graduation or something. I think that a lot of what you're calling bytes should actually be characters. Yeah, Carlo Maniac, the thing that... So here's the problem. It's UTF-8 strings. So check this out. If you do this, dot length, it thinks that the length of the string is 12. Well, okay, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, you are right. And I should probably change this. So, number of characters. Note that this length is in UTF-8 bytes. Whatever. I'm just going to leave it as is. I think this is close enough. But I do appreciate it, Carlo Maniac. I'm looking for a song for you for later. It's Hindu. Just can't remember it. What? Okay, when is Christmas this year? No. What obviously I don't mean what is the date of Christmas. I meant what is the day of Christmas. Who's graduating the same week as Christmas? No. So it's, I don't know when the flight is, and then how long the sort of visiting after it works, or what she's got planned. All I know is she's got trips planned in December and January, and I'm not a travel kind of guy. So I'm staying here. And actually, I'm planning on doing... Maybe there's something fun I can do in December for the stream. I'm not sure. Something I want to do is... Like I said, there are some Christmas lights I've got, and I want to make it so that you guys can control those, like how you can control the other lights in my room. Okay. So this is done. I know we've been making like much slower progress because of these stupid bugs I've been running into. So this is good. Now, one thing I do want to test is what happens if we tried bypassing the system entirely. So we go into constants and we look at a chat message, and a chat message is something like, 5. So let's emit this directly to the server. Let's restart the server. Cool. Then let's do this. We're going to do debug main dot socket interface dot socket dot emit 5, and then a really long message. So do I still have that buffer of 500 characters? No, I don't. Okay, well, let's make a new buffer of 500 characters. There. So this is 500 characters. And now we've got to connect to the server. All right, good. And now we just emit those characters. So that should work just fine. Or we got to put it into a string. Yeah, we got to put it into a string. There. Okay. So you saw there's a chat message on the bottom right of my screen now. But as soon as I add one more character, we should see a message print out. Adam has typed a message that is 501 bytes long. The max is 500. And it did not get sent into chat. So there's no way of hacking your way around the client interface. It's the server that's still going to validate this. That's perfect. Did anyone see the Hunger Games movie last night? I didn't even know there was another one. Is this Mockingjay Part 2? What, am I just stupid? Is Catching Fire the latest one in the... I do not know much about Hunger Games, but I'm pretty sure this is not the most recent one. Part 2. Yeah, that's probably what was released yesterday. I did not like Part 1, I have to say. I found that movie incredibly boring. But then again, I don't even know. I think I'd seen the first movie. Oh, this got a 6.8, so I guess it didn't do great on IMDb either. But, yeah. Okay, what's next on the list? A valve from the command line. Oh yeah, we screwed that up. Okay. Time to fix it. Fix it. So we go into this handler, And what we really should do is probably just put the run eval into main, or bind this to this that I expect it to be. How does this work? Maybe we could say run eval dot apply this arg string. This shouldn't be necessary. And that's for eval that we just changed this. Let's try that out. How many people are there that's working on the game? 3, 7. So there are 7 people, 5 of which are involved in some art capacity, and then 2 of them, myself included, are co-founders of the company. So I'm the only coder, and the other co-founder is like primarily sort of in game design and then any other business stuff that needs to be done. But I'm the only one working on this full time. And yeah, that's why this is going to take till 2017 to finish. Oh, you didn't have to do this, Wouter. You put the list in English. Wow. Okay. So let's try this out. We're going to do eval this dot game server. Does this work? Arguments list has the wrong type. You got to be kidding me. Do I just not remember how apply works? Function foo x console.log this dot x. Okay, now we're going to make an object a equals x5, and we're going to do foo.apply a x. Whoops, x has to be a string. Argument list has wrong type. Oh, it has to be an array? Oh, I don't know. I don't remember how to use this. I don't really care. I think I'm going to put this into main. I'm still not sure how best to handle this. This is like something that I install into main that I really only need for certain debugging purposes. So I could put this run eval into main. Let's take a look at how I'm supposed to be calling apply. Apply takes in a this arg, and then an array. Okay, so I was close. So it takes in a this arg and then an array. Ah, perfect. Okay, yeah, let's try that then. This might be better. Anyone else in favor of making the interrobang in such a means of punctuation? I don't think I like interrobangs. I think they look cool, but I also think that we don't need more punctuation. Okay, let's try this out. So now we do eval this dot game server. Oh, perfect. Now it works. Oh, that's actually really good. But this doesn't make any sense then. When we say apply it to this, how is that any different from just this dot game server? This is undefined, whereas this is correct. I do not get it. So JSON.stringify this, converting circular structure. Okay, that's fair. I don't understand the difference though. When we don't say apply, what is this using? Saying this.std. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, no, this does make sense. Oh man, that was stupid of me. And then we have to use apply so that we are still referring to this. This is stupid. This is just stupid. I don't like this at all. Yeah. I'm going to change this. And then after this, I'm probably going to go get lunch because I'm getting very hungry. Very hungry. I normally, well, my breakfast habits have changed a lot, but I haven't been eating as much for breakfast as I should be. So, yeah, let's change this around. We're going to change this so that this is not bound from main. This is called as though we're a main instance. The reason for this is so that you can eval code and have everything. Nope, done, nope, that's gone. There, assumption removed. Next, in order to change this, we need to change everywhere that this is referring to in this file. Well, in that function, I mean. So this, for example, this we can just say, wait a second, no we can't. Do we get a main instance in here? We don't. Handle, oh, we have a main instance. Interesting. So we just need to say this dot handle std in with text. Okay, so that's good. Then in here we say run eval on the main instance. Run eval with the arg string. Okay, I think this is what we want. So now run eval needs to be moved into main. And where's garbage collect? That needs to be moved out of main. And this comes over to here, but memwatch is not here. So we can't just do this. We also need to import memwatch. All right. Now maybe this will work. Maybe not. I don't know. We're gonna have to try it out. This garbage collect, this main instance on run eval. Run eval. Does that do anything it shouldn't be doing? No. I think this should be fine. Let's try this out. Hey, ITGK. Without apply, the scope is inside the object, right? Yes, it was. Yeah, and I was in the wrong scope. Oh, and also let's take a look at memory usage on the server. Yeah, this isn't too bad. Oh, it's not too bad because nobody's playing right now. Oh wait, Oren's playing. Oh, and ITGK is playing too. Oh, nice. Okay, let's put in the teleporting janitor. Cloaking, teleport, thrusters. There. He will clean everything up. And my zapper bot should be zapping. Oh, he only zaps once he gets close enough to zap. Oh, so he's basically a very worthless bot. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So this bot will eventually teleport. It'll nope, not anymore. Never mind. I take that back. Did we schedule a call yet to talk about the website you mentioned earlier this week when I was leaving? I don't think we agreed on a call. No, we didn't. So I have been, and hey JFrap, I have been very slow to get to the rest of my to-do list. So last week I'd hurt my back and I decided that this week I'm going to try to keep my work days to 8 hours and not go beyond that and not go to the gym and not do anything extra. So there's been a lot of stuff I need to catch up on, and I still have this in my email or my list up here, like email Wouter about the site. So I'm sorry, I will get to it at some point. The short of it is I don't think we have the bandwidth to manage this sort of thing. So it'll pretty much just be like something that you can paste in chat if you want, but that I won't be using as the official site. Oh, interesting. You just connected from another device closing this session. That is true. All right, so we can test this now. Does this work? This .game server. This should print object. No. Evaluating undefined. What? Run eval on argstring. Argstring is text.substring.split. Handle std on text. What is... Do any of these commands work? Help works. GC. Garbage collect was invoked. Yeah, that works. Eval test. Eval works. This .game server. Yeah, what? It's just this dot. Doing this doesn't work apparently. Huh. Why is that? What is the... Oh, this should have been text. Oh, okay, there. I think we fixed this. You can lay on the floor while we call. Yeah, I guess you'd never know. Well, actually, you probably would hear a difference in the microphone. If I talk from here, how different does that sound? Probably different enough, at least. Should I just delete the site then? I've got a new client coming up soon and I'll need my account, though I could fake my IP and create a new one. See, I don't know about delete. My short answer is yes. I feel bad, and I know we talked about this a lot before about like, what happens if we don't decide to go forward with this. If you're going to delete it, you could always paste it in chat one more time and have people go through it. All right, let's try this out. This.game server works. Eval this.game server. That works. And then what were the other things? Help and GC. Yeah, perfect. Okay, everything's fine. I think we just need to comment this now. Let's go to main, and we're going to say this is intended to be invoked from the command line. It is here in the main.js. It is here in main so that typing something like eval this.game server from the command line will access the game server you expect. Okay, so arg string, this is like text to eval. I'm gonna just rename it to text to eval because and this returns what? Nothing. Yeah. So let's make this text to eval. Okay. And we'll restart that, although we don't really need to wait for it. We're gonna commit. We're gonna say fixed a small bug where eval on the command line wouldn't refer to the correct this. It was referring to the SCDN handler. I've updated comments and moved around functions to accommodate this. I put 3 M's in accommodate. I'll leave it up until I got solid info about that client's website then. If anyone wants to, they could use a form and vote on the things they want to keep / transfer to Botland. Wait, so, alright, I'll add this to the list of music I've got to listen to after the stream. Okay, let's try this just one more time. Eval this .game server. That's not defined, but capitalized S is defined. And then like that is defined. Good. Help, GC, yep, all that stuff works. Great, check it in. We're done. Alright, next up. So we go back to our roadmap to do, and I believe we're done for now with the memory stuff, right? This was all its own list. Memory leak. Can I do this? Yes, I can. But should I? And actually, undoing this won't undo it from the archive, too. That's what's frustrating about this. Yeah, memory leak problem is now stuck here. Whatever, let's keep it there. Okay, so adding garbage collect. Let's archive that. And whoa, what is that? Archive everything? Fix bug about, yeah. So eval, this is now done. Let's archive that too. Add the decycle function, small bug. I think there's a bug where if you die in the very first update function, yeah. Bug where mines are not blowing up sometime. And then finally discrete games. I really hope to get to this today. I know we said we started it on Tuesday at 4:30. And now it's, yeah. Okay, I want to take lunch soon. First, I just want to check one thing really quickly. We connect to the server and I type /online. What happens? Yeah, okay. So this only happens if there was someone online first and now they're not there anymore. Okay, I really need food. So I'm going to go get lunch and I'll be back afterward. BRB lunch. I really got to eat. So when I get back, I'll be streaming for another 3.5 hours or so. So hopefully see you guys after lunch. and hope you've enjoyed the stream up until now. And take care for the next 35 minutes. So, see you soon. All right, hey. Let's see what's going on in chat. Where did I leave off? I think Boy Dreamer said have a good lunch. Where was that? Yeah, here. What? I made one joke about learning Dutch. I didn't learn Dutch. Plural. Uh, why does Skype take so long to start up? I don't think it's too bad for me. I recognize this URL. We're not clicking that. I'm back. Went to the pub. Got kicked out because my friend's too drunk. The spooks are real. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're back. I think it's sitting time. Yeah. Also, what's going on with my webcam? I think it needs to be angled to the left a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. So, max old space size. Let's make use of this stuff. It doesn't look like we're doing too bad on memory usage. And what's been going on the server? I wonder if part of this had to do with how Babel was interacting with things. So it's Orange Ray and myself are online. Yeah. However, this is still needed. Since it's only Oren who's on, Adam's stream is just a continuous selfie. Since it's just Oren who's on, I wonder if I should take this time to modify the server, or if I should save this till later. Like, this is something that needs to be done. I think we do this later. One time the process was killed. Hang on a second, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Okay, so one time the npm process was killed and never finished installing. There was no indication that this happened though, because we ran out of memory. I should simulate this occurrence by partially filling memory, e.g. by starting node and then just allocating a few hundred MB strings, and then trying to do npm install from a clean state. Yeah, so this is the kind of issue that I just never would have expected to happen. So we're gonna leave this on our to-do list for right now. We're gonna defer it. So let's just mark it as created. Add the dcycle function in the game directly, and perhaps add a stringify and dcycle function. I think it's helpful. Let's put it in. So let's go get Douglas, Crockford dcycle. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. So we're gonna, where's the license for this? You didn't put a license on here. Can I even use this code then? Yeah, there's no license here. I don't think I can use this. Yeah, whatever. I won't use it then. We're not putting it into the code base. Canceling this because I couldn't find a license file. Thanks for nothing, Douglas Crockford. No, I'm kidding. Douglas Crockford has actually written a good book. I always wonder, you know how if you ever want to become a politician, you got to be really careful about what you've got as an online presence, because if you were like tweeting out insults to people, they'd dig those up and then they'd say, oh, well, now how is this person fit to be governor? Well, like, I always wonder if Botland ever got big and then they're like, oh, look at day 41 of development. He insulted Douglas Crockford. Like, that's why I had to be very clear about whether something's a joke or not. And also because people will take things out of context. And they'll just show a 3-second snippet of video instead of a 4-second one, and it'll be totally different. So, small bug, but when you're the only person online and you type /online, a comma shows before your name. Yeah, so this is really stupid and probably very easy to fix. So here, we say get online players, and then we just chat message that out. So let's see what we got here. Wait, what? This is, what? Okay, so let's join the server as Adam4 and then take a look. If I type /online, is there a comma at the beginning? Yeah, there is. So how did that happen? If the player's online, oh, first equals false has to be here. Right. Okay, let's try this again. Ever heard about this person? He does exactly what? Oh, yeah, sure, but he's insulting in a made-up human language. This is gibberish. And since nobody understands it, they can't understand his insults. So that's why there hasn't been any problems. Like, this is a well-known phenomenon. Yeah, so I could type gibberish insults too. Alright. Here we go. We're going to test this. Yeah, the server takes, like 10 seconds to start up now. We've been really all over the place with this. Whoa. C3PO is regenerating like crazy. Look at this. This is like way faster than normal, it looks like. I guess 30 life is pretty helpful when there's nothing shooting at you. Oh, now it's not helpful. Oh, C3PO died. Alright, so we connect as Adam3. We type online. Good. We connect again over here as Adam4. We type /online. Good, there's a comma in between the two of them. Then we close this one and type /online. Good, there's no comma. Bug fixed. Fixed a small bug where a comma would show in /online when there was only one player online, but there had, because the second player had disconnected. Stream died for Lulong? Did it die for anybody else? Lock up anyone related to ISIS in any way, whether it's a place of origin. Oh, what? Oh. You really confused me for a second, Wouter, because I thought you were like... Okay, yeah. Never mind. This is one of the core problems of talking about something, and then the people listening to you hear it 20 seconds later, then they take another 10 seconds to type something, and then you've totally forgotten what you said 30 seconds ago. Sometimes it says you're offline and have to refresh the page, but that hasn't happened for a few days. I don't have any drop frames. In fact, I don't think I've had any drop frames ever since I moved into this new apartment. Maybe like once or twice. So usually it's either Twitch issues or that I get the source button or something. And no, Wouter, yeah, I know, I understand that now. So But I didn't get it at first, and I was wondering why. And yeah, monetic bind. I know I said I had to be clear about when I'm joking, and then I called Dutch gibberish again. That's the kind of thing where it's like, well, yeah, I should be clear there too. So fix the small bug where a comma was shown online. Yep, great, done. Okay. Now these two are much bigger issues. So let's close this stuff, and I don't think I want this here anymore. That's fine. This we're gonna keep in mind. I'm gonna put this on the to-do list. We'll mark this here, and we'll also put notes about this stuff. Yeah, let's put all this in here too. Oh, what? Why is this text white now? Why is this white? Because it starts with hyphens? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, I'm gonna go do something really fast. We're gonna take a look at who made plain tasks and if they're still updating this. A month ago, 7 months ago, 2 years ago. Test dot to do. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, let's forget about this for now. So yeah, showing up as white, I don't really care. Okay, so there's a bug if you die in your very first update that it will redeploy immediately when it should have deferred by at least a turn. So we saw this happen. If we go into the code execution system and in deploy, no, in eval user find code. Yeah, here we go. So if we say this, oh, I already wrote this code in here actually. Blammo. So if is running update, then set life to negative 10,000, and then tell everyone that it died. Yeah. Error. Enoent, no such file as BabelRC. You serious? Why is this even trying to use BabelRC? And of course there's no file for that. I deleted it. It's only started complaining now? Game server BabelRC. I don't have a BabelRC anywhere. It's not in the game server, it's not in the client, it's not in the top directory. Oh, I never removed JSCS from the whole project, did I? Oh, whoops, that's something else that has to be done. Remove JSCS from the whole project. What happened with plain tasks? Missed it, sorry. Something just a little bit strange. If you have 2 hyphens at the beginning of a line, it'll be white as opposed to gray. Oh, actually, any number of hyphens. Oh, maybe because they can use that as like a to-do thing? Are there any other symbols where that happens? No. Yep, it's just a hyphen for some reason. Makes it white. Oh, maybe it's a rogue regex. So why is this happening? No such file, game server / BabelRC. Why does it expect to find this for this one file? If I make a modification in client main, for example, and I save this, it says main was changed. Oh, now it is printing this. So wait, why didn't this happen before this? I never got an error until just now. Not about this, at least. Wow. I could add a BabelRC. I don't think that's a good idea exactly. And it looks like the build is completing, so I'm not sure what's going wrong there. If I refresh this page right now, I would see bots just kill themselves as soon as they're deployed. No, I don't even see that. No, so this is preventing this from finishing. Huh. What if I remove the changes to this file? Is it still going to look for it? It is. Weird. It's looking for Babel RC and can't find it. Yeah, weird. Dash dash and then tab will give you a little cut line. Why would they? Okay, I didn't know about that, but shouldn't there be a way to see all of the different snippets? Yeah, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, so let's put a Babel RC file here. And like I said, I didn't think this should be necessary, but let's just do echo A to Babel RC and then S Babel RC. So we're gonna put plugins, no, presets are gonna be ES 2015 and React. Let's just try that and see what happens. So now we have this. We change this file, we hit the save button, and now it shouldn't complain about not being able to find a Babel RC. No such file or directory. Game server Babel RC. It's got to be in the game server folder. It's got to be wherever I have code. Is this thing serious? I just got to put this everywhere. I am not incredibly happy with Babel right now. If everyone were here, he'd be like, yeah, yeah. Oh, it needs a Babel RC because this file is too long? Is that why? Well, I might need to check that in now. I don't know. Yeah, okay, cool. So you can see resources just getting created. That's because bots are dying immediately as soon as they're put in. The problem is this is only an issue with auto deploy, which I forgot to write in here. To repro this, put this in, then turn on auto deploy. Okay, let's try it out. So we're gonna auto deploy a bot, any bot, and now it should, yep, take a look. It just filled the arena with resources. And this is possible. This is a bug we could run into. So it's something that needs to be fixed. And it needs to be fixed in such a way. How do we do this? So let's do this. Let's turn off the simulation server. Let's turn on auto deploy. Auto deploying equal true. Let's see what happens now. I don't think that got both fixes. Alright, let's try. Gotta wait for this to finish building. Alright, so now auto deploy is checked even though it doesn't look like it's checked. So deploying one bot kills all of them. Okay, great. Now we put a breakpoint and we figure out how this is happening. Let's go into the code execution system and we have negative 10,000 appearing right here. We're going to put a breakpoint right here and we are going to take a look at what happens. Deploy. The breakpoint gets hit. It's coming from bot was deployed. So a bot both comes into existence and then dies at the same time. So what happens here? Does this deploy a new bot? Route that it's dead, and then try running code. Running code shouldn't work, but it doesn't have code, so it doesn't matter. So fine, we get to here, we call ran update, save shared variables, and then we're out of this function. So then what happens? We're out of that function, then we return the bot. The bot's dead at this point, so we're calling create player bot on a dead bot. In fact, if I were to take a look at arguments here, array 0, Oh, that's the slot configuration. Then it'll get a delete command. How about we change this? Okay, let's go into hardware constants. We're going to make this a more realistic situation, although even this is still a little bit iffy, but it could happen. So let's try this out. Let's say landmines just do a ton of damage, like a ton of damage. And then let's fill the arena with landmines. So we're going to do arena, is there create landmine at tile? Yeah, here we go. So we have landmine hardware and owner ID. We use this for damage and time to live. And the owner ID just needs to be something else. Get owning player.laidmine. So this needs to exist. Okay. And we need to have this for, alright, so at param number the real ID of the, oh, that's already there. Oops. I just never said what this is. Owner ID. And then this is landmine hardware. Where are all the 20 plus other viewers? I think a lot of people, given that it's a coding stream, aren't going to be active all day. But they'll check in every once in a while. Also, someone won the giveaway earlier, but I don't think they knew, and I don't think I told them when they got back, because I forgot. Adam McAdamson. Yeah, Adam McAdamson, if you're here, you won the giveaway earlier. If you're here, type /w botlandbot password. Catch you later, Wouter. Have a good weekend. So yeah, we're going to create landmines everywhere. And in order to do that, we need to first go into server main. I believe there was a setup debug players or game server maybe. Yeah, here it is. Debug deploy bots. So here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to say like debug lay mines. So we need to create a player, like 900, sure. Then we need to say this.arena.create landmine at tile. And how does this work exactly? We pass in X, Y, landmine hardware owner ID. So let's do X, Y. Landmine hardware is going to be damage a bunch, time to live a bunch, and then the owner ID we'll say is 900. So now we have debug lay mines. This is really just lay mine, but that's okay. So now we do this dot debug lay mines. Let's try that out. So we should see a landmine appear at the very first tile. We don't. Alright, let's try some code really fast. Oh, this code won't work. Code execution system. We got to get rid of this. Why don't we see that landmine though? That's the part I don't understand. Maybe it's because of the order of how a player is created. Alright, that's gonna be really, really tough. What is this? Assertion error. Found a landmine with no owning player. Interesting. Did I say owner ID? I did. 900. Get player by ID. This apparently doesn't exist? Or is this coming from client code? This might be harder to like trick than I thought. Where is this coming from? Yeah, this is client code. Well, it's all client code. It's because the client doesn't have this yet. Okay, let's do something really stupid then. There is JavaScript set timeout. We're going to use this. Set timeout takes in a function and a delay, and I just don't remember the order. It goes function and then a delay. So, okay, let's do this. Set timeout, this dot debug layMines dot bind this, and the delay is going to be 1 second. Is that enough for this to work? No, we don't send this to the player. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't like this. Wanakis, you type bang password or bang camera. What did you expect to happen? Also, you said you reveal your password to the internet? What? Yeah, Wanakis, I don't follow what it is you were just saying. So yeah, this won't work because we're not sending the player over. So what we need to do is where we say create player here, we eventually send this to the players. But where? There's something like tell all existing players. Let player. Players connecting, emit disconnected, connected twice, initialize socket. Somewhere here we do this. Where do we do this? Send all existing players to the connecting player. Send, yeah, this. This is what we need to do. Player join server. All right, we're gonna get there. Socket.broadcast2. We don't have this concept though. I guess we do p1. No, but we don't have that either. Oh man. Yeah, single player has no way to do this. It would have to be AI players that already exist, which thankfully we have. The simulation server is a game server, right? Yeah, okay. So then I'm just doing this in a stupid way. I think what I need to do is just take this out of here and put this into the simulation server. Yeah, okay, let's try this. And now the player ID is just going to be 1. So this should work. Yeah, let's try that. Wanaka says, read my previous comment. Set timeout function, your code here. 1000. What, you reveal your password to the internet? Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I don't know what that comment means, that I revealed my password to the internet. Because, like, when I'm about to type a password, I turn my camera off, and then I turn it back on. Oh, good, there's the landmine. Perfect. So let's try deploying a bot that moves left and up. If can move left, then move left. Otherwise, move up. Okay, let's mute this breakpoint for right now. There. So this bot is going to take the long trek over to here and blow itself up. And you guys can't see it because it's being hidden by my face. But there it is. See? Hey, Killer Truth. And now it's going to move up, slowly, getting closer to death. And then when it gets there, it should just die and get redeployed somewhere else. Perfect. And now it should be somewhere else. Great. It is. Here it is. So, all right, that's fine. Now here's what we do. We make it so that the code that we're going to deploy is always set to move left. So let's go into reducers and let's set the default code to move left. Perfect. Then we go into the server arena and we say start at tile x equals 1, tile y equals 0. Hey, Quantum KO. Hey, Panadol Day. I haven't seen you in a while, Panadol Day. Okay. Perfect. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to get into the arena, and we're going to see all, right off the bat, we're going to have code, move left. Yep. And then when we deploy, we're going to automatically get killed. Perfect. Now the interesting thing is, it looks like we didn't die, but we clearly did. Here's what happened. We died immediately, and then it auto-deployed a new bot also immediately, and that bot moved left. This needs to change. Password comment was a reply to Adam McAdamson. Oh. Wait, let me go back in chat and try to see. Oh, got it. Yeah, I'm doing fine, Panadol Day. Wednesday was not a great day. Wednesday was a day filled with node issues and there was just a lot of problems. And I need to catch up on sleep. I had like 2 hours of Botland conversation last night about game design, and it kept me up late. Okay, so how do we test this for real? I think what we do is this. If this dot fake equals 0, then just don't do anything. Yeah. Okay, let's try this out. Oh no, but this won't really work either, will it? The problem is that we're auto-deploying infinitely many bots. Maybe this isn't really an issue. I don't know. But, okay, so when I do this, I should deploy the bot and then immediately deploy a new one. Excuse me. So, how would I fix this? Or really, is this even a problem? I don't think this is a problem. If we kill every bot as soon as it's deployed, then it becomes a problem because the arena fills up immediately. Oh, let's try something. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. In code execution system, we're going to make it a 90% chance that this thing just dies immediately. So util.% chance 90. So yeah, there's a 90% chance that this thing just dies. So eventually we'll see one that lives. Under 4 hours of staring at Adam's face. Okay. Okay, let's try it. Here we go. Deploy. All right, check it out. See, all the places where you see resources are where it died. So it has a 10% chance to actually make some progress. I think this means that there isn't an issue. There's only an issue if you somehow, every single time you deployed, you immediately died. But this is a very, very rare case. Could we even write a test for this? Like, how would we do this? How could we write a test for this? We need to do the landmine thing. Wanaka says, my point about set timeout was that you're supposed to give a function as a first argument, not a function result. Oh, I had done that. I said set timeout this dot, what was it? Debug lay mines dot bind this 1000. So I believe this is the code that I'd written, but I didn't want to do this anyway. But so actually, I see what you're saying. This is a function result. However, this results in a function. So let's say you have a function foo, and perhaps you already know this, I don't know. And you just said console.log x. So calling foo with hi is going to print hi. Now let's say you bind foo. So you say var bound foo equals foo.bind hi. Or well, it'd be null hi. Okay, and now calling bound foo hello will still just print hi. And so you can test this out by pasting this into the console if you want. We can do this. So see, it printed hi twice. So I'm not sure if you've seen Bind before, but that's how that works. What am I working on today? Quantum KO asks. Well, we had a wrap up from Wednesday, the nightmare day. And to sum that up again for the people who weren't here earlier, Wednesday started with me looking into a memory leak. And then after investigating, people suggested that I just debug it. Debugger wouldn't work, so I upgraded Node, then something broke. Then I downgraded Node, then something broke. Then I spent 4 hours fixing it, and then the memory leak turned out to not be a memory leak, and then I upgraded Babel. And so then Friday, so what's happened most of today is finish the fallout from upgrading Babel. So yeah, and that's pretty much the point where we're at today. So yeah, Wednesday caused us to lose like a day and a half of time. And we learned something pretty good from it, but it was not the most productive use of time. Okay, so how do we test this? How do we write a test for this? Let's think about this. So writing a test for dying immediately. I guess the obvious thing you could do is lay a landmine and move. Deploy a bot whose update moves into the landmine immediately. Deploy a bot with auto deploy whose update moves into the landmine immediately. The problem is auto deploy is going to work differently. Oh, Wanakis, yeah, no, you were actually right. It is a function call. It's just a function that returns a function. So if I made like function foo return function console.log hi, I could say foo call, and this will print hi. So yeah, this is both a function call and it's also something that returns a function. What happened on Wednesday? Oh, that was all this stuff that happened on Wednesday. So basically, there was a memory issue where as the server was just on and running, let's see if this is, yeah, as the server was running, the number of megabytes used would just keep increasing. So eventually the server would crash. So I thought, oh, okay, there's a memory leak. Well, no, there's probably not a memory leak. It's this really weird case where a full garbage collect was not running. So memory was never being freed back to the OS. So the OS would run out of space and then just close the program. So that was really tedious. And yeah, what's going on the server? How many bots are there? 5, 10, 15 maybe? Roomba Goomba? Interesting. The server's actually taking more CPU than I'd expect. So it's hovering around 10%. We could change this. We could do something like this. We could say eval this.gameserver.arena.ticktime equals 2000, and now the game immediately slows down, and our CPU usage should have been cut down. Yeah, it's around 7%, 6.5%. Yeah, and so if we continually did that, if I slowed down the server even farther, this.gameserver.arena.ticktime equals 10,000, now the server is going to get really slow. I mean, purposely slow. It's not like frame rate is bad or anything. It's still sending messages just fine, but it's slowed down, and now our CPU usage should be really low too. So yeah, it's like 3 or 4%. Yep. Yeah, looks good. Okay, we're going to set this back to what it used to be. Eval this.gameserver.arena.ticktime equals 1000. So now it's running back at normal speed. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Swishy says, how long have you been making this game? Yeah, 41 days. Chat, it's funny. There was a flurry of responses. Adam McAdamson says, can you see this? Yes. Adam, do you know how to play the game? Because there's... Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like you're using Melee Boss just fine. Okay, cool. Nice. If you typed anything else in the chat, though, I wasn't paying attention. What's this game about? this is a game about automation. It's a strategy game, an online strategy game. And the way that it works is you make bots. So, well, right now you can, hang on, without me even showing you this, you can see bots in the arena doing various things. Like this one's shooting lasers. These ones are cloaked and have reflect shields on them. This one has an electric field around it. So all of that is controlled by what I'm calling hardware. So you've got, missiles, and you've got that zapper, the electric field that you saw. Whoops. You got and you've got other things like landmines. So you make your bot, and then you write code for them, which is either JavaScript code or it's this visual language Blockly. And then that's it. You deploy them into the arena, and then you can't touch them anymore. So you could always use these pre-made scripts that we have here. So I've got like a pre-made melee bot, which if I put this in, it's got, let's see, melee 3. Let's just give it melee and thrusters. We won't even give it cloaking. And I'll call this the swishy bot. Swishy. All right, where did that go? There it is. So there it is. It can move much faster than other bots because it has thrusters, and it's got melee, so when it finally gets in range of someone, it takes them down pretty quickly. So where did the new swishy bot go? There it is. So yeah. And it has the ability to charge. And then right now, the game is stuck in this like permanent death match. So you'll see your kills and deaths rise, but there's no point yet. One of the things I want to do by the end of today, hopefully, is get it to the point where there are discrete games where they start, they stop, they show you who won. Okay, so here's our logic, but then what are we testing with this? I don't think there's a test case here. I think we just close this out as not an issue. Where did my... Yeah. Conclusion. I don't think this is a bug because the scenario I had above a bug, despite that moving into a landmine on deploy is possible, and even having it kill you is possible, because eventually there will be a death penalty. So let's just mark this as canceled, and we'll archive that. That didn't even work. Did it? What just happened? God, this is weird. I hit archive on that, and it didn't delete everything. Man, this is... Whatever. Remove JSTS from the project, so let's do that. Swishy says, are you close to finishing this? An awesome bot name. No, I'm nowhere near close to finishing this. This will take another probably 15 months or so to finish. Okay, I think we can get rid of all of the code that I put in here. This is something we should keep some of this. Let's use that, but then this is something where I changed a comment, so let's say none and just keep that. I don't think I want anything else in here. Yeah, the rest of this is garbage. And the Babel RC stuff, it sounds like I'm going to need to fix, so updated a comment. Man, I don't know if this is necessary though, the Babel RC that I just put in there. So I guess let's check it in. I'll revert all of these files, and then we have game server Babel RC. It's apparently neat. Oh yeah, okay, hang on. Hey, here's something I didn't try. What if I made this an empty JSON object, and then I modified the code execution system? What happens? All right, this should be the test. There we go. So it needs an empty Babel RC or it screws up? Doesn't make any sense. So if I delete this file, this right here, if I just open it and then I rename it to something like ___, you must type a file name. Did it seriously just tell me that? Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Are you guys seeing this? What's going on here? I apparently can't type something like... What? Okay, well, there we go, I guess. That was weird. Okay, now let's see. Is this going to complain at me? Yes, it is. So I just need an empty file called Babel RC. even though it doesn't do anything. Fine. Fine. Okay, let's go into the game server. BL game server, and let's rename the Babel RC to just .babel RC. The syntax is incorrect. There. Done. Problem solved. Now I try saving this file, and the build doesn't complain to me anymore. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about, Void Dreamer. He's an author, you said, right? And he was playing Fallout 4? And I guess there's some vote going on? Okay, so for some reason I happen to need this. An empty file that doesn't do anything. Let's delete this file. Does that work if I do that? Client main, and then I go into here and I save this and there's no changes? Or is this going to complain to me too? Maybe it's because, I don't know. So, for some reason, I need a blank Babel RC file for the game server because perhaps this is because code styling is de-optimized because how big is code execution system as far as file size goes? 106 kilobytes, okay. Because the file size is more than 100 KB. Yeah. Dot file name dot equals dot file name. Huh. Also, I want to amend that last commit. There's one little other thing I want to say in here. What was it though? Oh yeah. Or else the client watch won't succeed. Oops. God, now there are 2 periods there. Alright, let's try this one more time. There. Hey Panda with a shotgun. How does it go? It's not too bad. I mean, today I feel like there's at least more consistent progress than on the other day where there were just like 10, 15 minute chunks of time where I thought, I don't know how I'm going to get myself out of this mess. So we're making our way back to where we should be. Okay. So what next? Remove JSCS from the project. Let's take a look at where JSCS appears. Well, let's get rid of it. I need to keep my posture good. So JSCS RC path. We need to get rid of all of these files. So let's go into shared JSCS RC. You are now going to be deleted. Delete. Remove. Good. Do I have these everywhere or what? No, I think that's it. So good, that's gone. What next? Shared, that's also gone. JSCS code. Yeah, we're gonna need to get rid of that. How did this get found? Fixed JSCS errors, interesting. So we need to get rid of this, gulp JSCS. We need to uninstall it, I bet. Let's get rid of that for now. This can be gone. Good, good, good. This was in 2 different places. Also, we don't need... No, we probably need all that stuff. Yeah, get rid of the JSCS tasks. And that means we don't need the result handler either. Which I think made use of these things is spread operator messages. Yeah, so let's get rid of all of this. Done, 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 done. Yeah, now our gulp file is much better. Search for JSCS again. School's internet speed is bonkers. It's way better than mine. Alright, what else do we have? This one doesn't matter. We can get rid of the trailing comma. Don't care about this. And I think that's everything. So yeah, JSCS should be removed from everything. Say a color under the 10? Lulong, I think you're very tired. You've been saying how you need to get sleep, and then you said say a color under the 10. I don't know what that would even mean. Nick D. Bush says, so you run the user scripts in a new subprocess or use a module like Jailed or Sandbox? No, I wrote my own like incredibly annoyingly complex system to go through every single node in their program and make sure there are no functions that they're not allowed to call, no memory bombing, no performance issues. So when you write code like, let me start up a new process. Hang on a second. And then let's turn this off. So let's go to debug main, simulation server, add bot cooldown equals 1e9, and then the simulation server arena.wipe out all entities. Okay, good. So when you type in code like this, let's say you wrote an infinite loop. So first, let's make a bot that does something valid. Let's make one that just moves around randomly. So here. There's Wally, he's moving around randomly. Now let's make a bot called hack. And we'll do something like this. We'll put an infinite loop in. And I deploy, and he just doesn't do anything. So there's that sort of issue is corrected by my code. There's like the memory bombing issue of you have a plus equal a, and you do something like this repeatedly. That's corrected by my code. If you try calling something like a val, then you're not allowed to. You're trying to call it, but it's not recognized as a built-in function. So then you can go define it if you want, but it's just not going to do anything because it's going to call this function now. And so the point is you're writing a subset of JavaScript, not all JavaScript. And that's part of where I get a lot of this protection from. If you rename a file on Windows to .filename. It just becomes file name without quotes. I actually found that out recently. Okay. The answer should be Wednesday. Okay. Elga says the Windows guy. Swishy says I love your keyboard. What keyboard? How much? I have this thing, Bang keyboard. And yeah, no problem, Nick D. Bush. Yeah, the system that I wrote took me like, okay, so I prototyped this game before I started streaming. And in the prototype, that system took me like a month and a half to work on. And then it took me another week and a half on stream, roughly that much, maybe like a week, to recode it and then handle some new issues that I thought of since then. See you, Killer Truth. And remember, anyone who wants to get access to the game, today it's much cheaper than other days. So just go watch that video. Or go to bot.land and click pre-beta. And you can get access to the game. Or you can find out how to get access to the game. Oh, alright, Quantum KO. See you later. Okay, so where did we leave off? We were deleting JSCS from everything, and I think we got to the point where we had deleted it. So let's take a look. Let's try to keep my shoulders back and not so tight. Otherwise I'm going to destroy my back again. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's just take a look. We should have everything gone here. And then we should run, you know what we should do? We should run the test. Whoa, that didn't work. BLT, not LT. So let's run the tests and let's rerun the server and just make sure both those things are working. Where's the server? I terminated it. Okay, there. All right, so that's removed. Let's take a look at this. That's gone. Good, good. A lot of these aren't super important. Here is where we got rid of a lot of different things. I'm happy with that. Yeah, so this looks good. Removed all references to JSCS, JavaScript code style from the project. This is because, as mentioned in a previous commit, the plugin is broken with Babel 6, is incompatible with Babel 6, but also I don't think it's providing much value since ESLint can handle code style issues as well. Great. So the server started. Let's try connecting to it just to make sure that everything's going okay there. So we're connected and now we deploy our eval bot. These work fine. And then let's see if our tests passed. Good, they all passed. Okay, Lulong. Got it, Wednesday. Pikashock says pre-beta, you were just at pre-alpha yonder day. Yeah, no, it's always been pre-alpha. Sorry, it's always been termed pre-beta, but we're not at an alpha phase. The reason why I'm calling it pre-beta and not pre-alpha is because there is no distinct alpha. So typically, I think most game projects go by there's alpha and then a whole bunch of time and then beta and then more time and then release. So the difference is, like, we are probably here, so decently far from an alpha, probably about 2-3 months away from it. However, nothing's really going to change for you guys between alpha and beta. So I figured let's just call this entire block of time from beta, before, just pre-beta, because we don't really care when we're at a distinct alpha. Obviously, beta will matter. We're probably going to have real accounts, real authentication, everything. And then release is definitely going to matter because that's when everything's going to kick in. All right, let's check this in. Good. Mark this is done. And then what are we at? So the bug that Orange Ray found where mines are still not blowing up sometimes. We have some screenshots and perhaps some more information somewhere. What is this? Oh, these are the things I got to listen to afterward. So let me take a look at my desktop for a second. I think I have, yeah, this. Fix this bug. Yeah. Problem is I don't totally know how this bug happened. See you, Lulong. Okay, here's what we can try. Let's go into client constants, and there's a landmines bot, mines and missiles. Let's make it like mines and movement. Server detonate mine. Or we'll just cut out, here's what we'll do. We'll go to the mines and missiles script, and we'll get rid of the fire missiles code. There. Then we will cut out all other possible scripts. So the only thing you're allowed to have is mines and missiles. Let's get rid of all of this other stuff. There. We save that. We let that rebuild. Close that too. Okay, there we go. Swishy says, will we have to buy this game? No. So it'll be free. However, there are things you can buy in the game. So what you've been seeing me do so far, whenever I show you guys a game, I'm like, oh yeah, check this out. Just put melee and thrusters and whatever else you want on a bot and just make whatever it is that your heart fancies at the time. Eventually, the way this is going to work is you will have an account in the game, just like how you have it in pretty much every other game that's online. You'll have an account. Your account will have an inventory, and it'll have bots that you've configured already. Now, the number of bots you're allowed to have configured at any given time starts at 3, and you'll need to buy more. But 3 is like, oh, it's okay. And you'll have an inventory, and your inventory will contain things like missiles and lasers and artillery. So if you don't have melee, you can't make a bot that can use melee because you don't have this item, essentially. Does it mean you're worse at the game than someone who's got melee? No. Situationally, you might be worse, but if you'll have a missiles bot with, cloaking and thrusters or something. So, and I'll talk more about that once we get closer to a release, because we're still changing some details there. Then the Magzus says, what language and IDE is this? The language is JavaScript, and the IDE is just Sublime. I'm not using a formal IDE. It's just a text editor. So let's see what we've got. Do we ever run into this problem? Because this might be, in fact, I know what this is. This is probably a network problem. Okay, yeah, here's what we're going to do. Let's go start a server, and let's speed this up in the meantime. So we're going to do tick time equals 1. And now, yeah, I don't think this will ever error because I think this is a network issue. And I'm pretty sure this has to do with the chase tile stuff that I looked into a while ago. So let's do the same thing, but on the server. All right, well, in order for that to happen, I need to connect over here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to lay code. We're going to say, if we can lay a mine, then lay a mine. Otherwise, we're just going to move around randomly. And we're going to put landmines and thrusters. And we're going to call this like mines. And let's save it and deploy a bunch of those. So there are our mine layer bots. Now let's connect again on another tab. We're going to connect as Atom2, or no, let's say Atom left. That way I know which browser's which. Or no, how about Atom single tab there, because this one's separate from these tabs. That way if I ever need to know which is which, I can do that. So let's load up the code that we had. We'll auto deploy the Atom single tab bots, and now we'll speed up the game. So let's do this dot game server dot arena dot tick time equals 1. Okay, now what I expect is if I introduce some lag, for example by refreshing the tab and going to a new page, that at some point we'll run into this bug. And if we can repro it that way, then we're golden, because that'll at least give us a way to get more insight into this. Because right now we have no way of getting it, because all we have is a picture where this happened here. So we need to get it so that it's not a picture. So let's just keep, I don't know, doing this until we get bored of doing that. So there's another thing in that there were a lot of variables at play in here. There were missiles, there was artillery, there was everything else, and I took a bunch of notes on that. Yeah, this is not happening normally. I wonder if it would happen if I reconnect here. I don't think so. Also, how much could I slow this down by? What if are there any phantom bots over here? No, and none over here. So what if I did this? I hit rename and then just didn't press anything, and then hit cancel. Wow. Huh, interesting. I don't think it has to do with just landmines, otherwise it probably would have happened by now. So then the question becomes, how do we repro this? How do you kill that which has no life? Maybe we just try adding in more hardware, like missiles? I don't think this is going to happen. Alright, let's do it. So let's kill off the bots that we have over here on the left client. And instead of, let's load in the code we had before. Instead of thrusters, let's also put in missiles. And we'll do, I don't know, some chance of missiles and some chance of landmines. Or maybe we'll always lay a landmine and then do missiles. So let's deploy these. How does this change things? So now they're shooting missiles if they can. Are there any phantom bots here? And does lag introduce any problems here also? I don't know, this is going to be really tough. We could... If we just leave this window open, it's going to lag both browsers because there's an alert open. And then we restart this, and now we see landmines like fill the arena. And eventually... Let's see, did that do anything bad? No. No, all the bots are fine. Okay, so then it's probably not missiles. Let's try something else. Let's try... Oh, what about... No. No. Let's try artillery. So let's take out the missiles code and let's put in the artillery code. And now let's deploy 5 of these. Does that even work? Oh, yeah. Artillery just goes instantaneously because the tick time is set so low. Hey, coffee kills. Okay, so yeah, let's introduce lag now. There's no way I accidentally fixed this bug. So this bug will still happen if I can figure out what the repro steps are. Because I have really not modified code for this. Because this was brought up on, I think, Tuesday. And then pretty much all of Wednesday and Friday was a wash, so. Huh. Okay, so this could be something even more complex. Oh no, there's something I forgot to check. Also, did this happen on the server? How about this? How would I put landmines on my bots on the server? That way, this is being tested in the real world situation. So we're gonna make, where's landmines? Here, landmines, and let's put, I guess, some regen and some thrusters, and we'll do, if we can lay a mine, then lay a mine. Otherwise, just move around. And let's deploy atom mines. Okay. So there we go. I've got mine code. People are going to... the people who repro this did not have teleport. This is not a teleporting bug. Let's introduce lag. Yeah, so the way that works is all of the TCP messages they get sent from the server when I'm refreshing a tab in Chrome get queued into a buffer, and then they'll all get processed very rapidly, and that has caused bugs in the past. Lag isn't real, I have internet. No, it's not necessarily network lag. It's like resource contention lag. So certain, well, I don't know the inner workings of Chrome, but yeah, when you refresh, it's got to open a new TCP socket to, actually, even if you make a new tab, is that true? I don't know, with new tabs it might not be the same way. It might only be when you're connecting to a new site. Like if I try connecting to Twitter, for example, does this slow down this tab at all? Yeah, it could just be frame rate though. Okay, so what else could we do here? I actually know what their bots were because they told me. But do I still have that information? Oh, where was that? Aha! Here we go. So Versace triggered this. Missiles 3, Reflect 2, Cloak. And then missiles, shields, and cloak. So the things in common are missiles and cloak, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't just reflect, for example. Okay, yeah, let's try reflect. Let's see what happens. So let's put this back with missiles, and we'll delete this, and we'll put missiles back in, and deploy a bunch of these. So /kill, and deploy. Good, so there are missiles bots. And now let's kill all the ones over here and put in reflect bots. Reflect. And if can reflect, then reflect. Otherwise move. Okay. Let's see. Maybe this happens, maybe it doesn't. Oh, whoa. Oh, it looked like it did. Oh man. Okay. You see bots stop. That's because they need to be killed by the missiles that targeted them. Oh wait, this is, no. No, it's just a really weird scenario as far as time goes. Maybe this is getting closer? Like bots do freeze there, but I think it's the landmine that happened to kill something. What else did I write as far as this goes? The bot has landmine will detonate, but not is dead. Its life is 300. I guess what this means, this leads me to believe that the landmine will kill the bot, but the bot never... Okay, let's take a look at some code. Let's look at chase target system, because this is the whole landmine will detonate component. When you reach your destination, that's when you could trigger landmines. So, hey Darkstorm. Wait a second. Why did saying hey Darkstorm just throw me off so badly? Oh, and see ya Panda. It's because I haven't seen you in a while. That's probably why. How are things going? So landmine will detonate component. This is only called when you reach the tile. And we know that this was here. What about this? Is projectile. Is killing blow. What if the bot never reached its target? What if? Okay, I have an idea. This is possibly not correct. What if a bot was moving toward a landmine that would kill it, and the player typed /kill before it happened? But this is probably not what happened. It's just possible. Well, that's one possibility. Okay, that's that. I'm basically thinking, how can you be prevented from moving to the tile? This is what's tough about figuring things out via, well, rubber duck debugging, which is I'm making some assumption, but I don't know what assumptions I'm making and which ones I have to question necessarily. Because it could be some stupid thing like I'm loading the wrong file from my file system. So it turns out all the code I'm looking at is perfectly fine, and oh, whoops, I'm just pointing to an old version of something. That's the kind of assumption you make of, well, the file I'm looking at is the file that has code that's running. And you don't usually question those assumptions because it's like you trust that after however many years of coding, you know how to make, well, better judgments on that. But it happens from time to time. So this leads me to believe that the landmine will kill the bot, but the bot never reached the tile in order to die there. Can something kill the... Oh, what about... Okay, yeah, what about that? Let's see. What if something like this happened? One. Dying while living bot moves toward landmine. This... No. Versace... Oh, wait. Before you go hunting all these bugs, I'd recommend making a journaling system. Oh, of all the stuff that happened? Yeah. That would be helpful. The problem is there'd be so much data that I think it'd be hard to look through and figure out exactly what happened. But I should write that down. Figure out what happened. Just record all network messages in and out. And their params. Something like that. Versace says, do you want the code I had when it happened or something? Oh, hey, Tiburon. Could it have been hit with a missile? Oh, and Versace, so no, I don't think having the code matters too much. Tiburon says, could it have been hit with a missile as it was moving toward the landmine? It could have been. Only one thing can count as the thing that kills an entity. And both missiles and landmines have that concept. The other thing I don't remember, and maybe this is in the screenshot, let's take a look. Who else was in the arena? Let's see, it was Wasabi, whose code I don't have, Orin. Well, let's take a look at Wasabi. Wasabi clearly has cloaking, clearly has landmines, and has reflect. And then maybe has something else that we can't see. Wasabi was in there at some point with cloaking / reflect. By the way, Tiburon, I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I had left for the night, and I think you asked at that point, did Adam write his own chatbot, or did he use someone else's? And the answer to that is, I modified PhantomBot a little bit. So I don't know if you still care about the answer to that question like 2 weeks later, but I added it to my to-do list to tell you about it. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's do this. Let's set movement speed to something really, really low. So in chase tile component, is there a speed in here? Yes. So then we go into the client arena, and where we make a chase tile component, which this is, yeah, so where we make this, Here, let's just say speed equals 0.000001. So now bots move so slowly that they'll basically just never make it to the tile unless they get another movement command in between. And then let's restart one of these clients. This won't really have an impact on either of these clients because the tick time is set to really fast. So, oh, also we know that this was a client-only problem. That's another thing that we know. We know that this is a client-only problem because the dead entities went away on refresh. That helps out a lot. Oh man, okay. So knowing that it's a client problem and knowing that projectiles and the whole chase tile system, so it's got to be one of those things. This has to be either projectiles or chase tile doing this, which is kind of obvious, but it might help out a little bit. What else do we know? Well, all right, let's slow down the server. Let's go back here and type tick time equals 1,000. So remember, the bots on this tab are never going to move. They're never going to appear to move, essentially, until they get 2 movements. Is that true? Or did I not refresh at the right time? It's possible that I did not capture that change. Let me see. Well, let's check it out here. Yeah, okay, so you see bots pretty much teleporting over here. So when I connect over here too, that same thing should be happening. Yeah, great. Okay, so remember, bots are moving so slowly that the only time they move is when they are told, hey, you should have already made it to your tile, and now I want you to move up to there. So let's just automatically advance you to here and then start moving you up. So now let's lower the chance for them to move. In fact, we can make them visibly move and just take forever still. So before, at 0.1, it would take 640 milliseconds. So let's just let's make it take 6.4 seconds to move between tiles. How's that sound? So that way you can still see a change happening, but it'll take a really long time. And then we lower the chance to move, I think. When is this going to finish building? It took 20 seconds last time. What is going on my machine? Alright, let's close some of this stuff. Do I have extra Chrome things open? FileZilla is not needed. And maybe I've got extra tabs open somewhere? Not really. No, for some reason this is still open. That's not even my internet speeds. Alright. There, done. That only took 32 seconds. Who knows why. Alright, now we'll try connecting again. Now bots on this tab are going to move. Yeah, okay, so you can see them moving at least. So that's a little bit... Well, it's definitely different, that's all. Okay, so let's load in the code that we had before. And now we'll put something like if percent chance... We'll make it there's like a... I don't know, 20% chance to move. Otherwise we just don't do anything. Now we kill off all our bots. So for all we know, this didn't have anything to do with landmines either. It probably did, but I don't know for sure that it did. Also, did this happen on the real server yet? No. Okay, let's deploy these. These are going to move less frequently now. And then these are going to shoot missiles at those bots. So let's put in the missiles code. Okay, /kill. Okay, so now we have... Let's add in a third player that all they do is lay mines. Just lay mines. We're going to have landmines and lay mine here. And then move. Okay, so now there are going to be tons of landmines. Do we ever see phantom bots? Yeah, so there are a few ways to approach this. Right now I'm just hunting for a repro. Either I keep trying to reason about how this could have happened by just deploying different kinds of bots in different situations with different little tweaks, or I look through the code and figure out how exactly this could have happened. That may sound like it's much more definitive to look through the code, but it could just be going down a rabbit hole. Let's take a look, because we haven't ruled out everything yet. So what is it that we knew? We knew that there was a landmine will detonate. So where do we get that? Client arena, landmine will detonate. That's when we get that the landmine detonated. So we immediately deal damage to it. So this is probably what killed the bot. It was probably that, we were at negative 300 life. So it's probably this that did it. Oh, and by the way, let me take a look at the memory usage on this server. 380. Yeah, memory usage isn't even rising anymore ever since updating Babel. Maybe there was just a Babel problem. Well, I don't really know how. Huh. Okay, so a landmine detonated. We add that component. But there's... Wait a sec. I think I thought of how this could happen. Okay, yeah, here's a theoretical. I have two theories now. So, theory 1 and theory 2. What if it lagged before yeah, this could definitely happen. Landmine will detonate component arrived, so the chase tile component was gone. Okay, and here's how we repro this. Let's try this out. This could work. Where do we set speed equals 0.01? Here. Let's set the speed instead to the opposite. Let's set it to the hyperactive end of the spectrum. I think this is going to repro it. Maybe just a Babel problem. Did I say it with a southern accent? Y'all want some of this sweet tea? Let's see what happens now. This is entirely possible now that this repros it. Alright, so now bots move instantaneously. We need to make landmines do more damage now. Yeah, we need to make landmines do more damage. So hardware constants, landmine. Oh, we could do this on the server, actually. Could we? Well, let's just set it here. So we're going to make landmines do a ton of damage. We're going to restart the server. This is going to crash 2 of the players. So let's just close out of these tabs before it crashes. Just a little hint of it. Okay, says, man, you are a hard worker. So, I will say this. I don't think I've ever worked this hard in my entire life. And yet some part of me looks at what I'm doing and I think, no, I'm not really working hard. But then at the end of the day, I'm so just utterly exhausted that I think, okay, yeah, I've got to probably tone this down. Okay, let's try out ley mines. And we're going to have the just lays mine bots. Let's do this. So, sure, that's fine. And I think we can just deploy a second set of these over here. Let's try that out. Just lays mines 2. These will have the same. I'll just do this. And load this code up and auto deploy. Alright. So here's what I expect to happen. When how'd I do this? Oh wait, it already happened. Oh, check it out. Okay, problem found. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so let me describe the problem to you guys, and then we need to come up with a fix. So here's what happens. And this is why I should have put more thought in this, I guess. Tiburon says, if I were you, I'd make some debug code that makes all the permutations of bots for me at a click of a button or console command instead of making bots over and over. Yeah, I have something like that in a couple of different places. I just didn't use it for this because I wasn't sure which combinations I wanted. But I remember a long time ago, I think you told me that you typically put UI buttons for a lot of the debug functions, and I tended to do them through the console. It's something that I would like to have done through the UI. And actually, it's something I usually do too in other projects. I'm just hesitant to touch DOM UI in this. Do I feel like my brain is functioning better when you work hard like that? The only times I've ever felt like my brain is functioning better than other times, I think it's almost always been because I got more sleep. And it really sucks to make that realization and then not cause yourself to get more sleep afterward. Because if you think you work better when you have sleep, the obvious conclusion would be, well, I guess I better get more sleep. But then there are games like Wordament and Hearthstone, and there's sites like Reddit, and you just want to absorb all the knowledge that mankind has to offer. And then you don't go to sleep. So is this repeatedly showing up here? Or do we just have one? Yeah, we've got 3 now. Okay, so anyway, here's what's happening. Here's the expected order of things. Is server sends chase tile component. Server sends landmine will detonate component. Client receives chase tile component. Client receives, oh, this should probably be like that, I guess. All right, so this is the order I expected things to happen in. And then the processing order was this. Client processes chase tile component by attempting to move to the tile that has the landmine, and then client reaches the destination and processes landmine will detonate component, which kills the bot and the landmine. Okay, so here's the expected order, and then here's what's actually happening. So the actual order is server sends chase tile component, client receives it, client processes it. Well, actually, the server sends both these pretty much at once, so I don't think that's an issue. But client receives it and client processes it before the client even receives the other one. So this is the actual order of things. So what happens is client reaches the destination, but it doesn't know about a landmine there, so it doesn't ever blow up. How many hours do I sleep? So I find there are a couple things. I sleep for maybe 7 hours or so, which would normally be fine, but the quality of my sleep has not been good ever since I've started streaming. I think part of it's just higher anxiety around, like, if I fail at this, then that's it. Now I can never do this thing again. But also, it's not consistent, the times that I go to sleep. This is what I was telling, like, my wife works a more normal job, I guess. And so it's a little more flexible. She doesn't need to be in exactly like 9 like I feel like I need to be. So her sleep schedule is different, and I end up converging to her sleep schedule, and then that screws me up for my stream. But I know 7 hours sounds like, oh, it should be great. But yeah, the quality sometimes isn't the best. Man, getting 4 to 5 hours, that's crazy. Working for yourself equals much greater stress. Yeah. And actually, this is something I was talking to my dad about, because he was like, oh, now you see what it's like to, run a business or something. And I said, the only job I ever had, no, that's not true. I didn't start the sentence like that even when I was talking to my dad either. But I said there are jobs that I've had where I've left the job and I did not think about that job again after going home. And those jobs are nice. And I'm sure a lot of you have heard this term before, but work-life balance is very important. So you leave a job, you come home, and you're not at the job mentally anymore. But then there are certain jobs, and this happens a lot in software, where it's like you need to you're supporting a service or something. Imagine if you work at Amazon. You're on call a lot of the time. And so when you go home, there's always this thing in the back of your head of, can I go to dinner, or am I going to have to bring my laptop with me or something? Somebody said the secret to happiness is to never work for someone or make other people work for you. Do you agree with that? Never make other people work for you. I think there are certain things you'd want to accomplish in life that aren't possible as just one person, unless the key word there is make other people work for you, and like they volunteer to work for you or something. No, I don't agree with that. I know the grantifer, you could work for yourself and then not have other people work for you. That's that's kind of what's happening right now. Kind of. Sounds like a very weird look on happiness. Well, better raise your pitchforks at somebody. Okay, so yeah, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? So, one solution would be do not separate movement with detonation. So how does this happen right now? Serve arena, check for landmines. Where does that happen? Shared arena? Check landmines. Yeah, here we go. So what we do is we check for landmines and then we send out a detonate landmine. And this comes after the bot has moved. So we could lump these two messages together. Now there's no question. If a bot is going to move and it will blow up, the client knows about it. And we actually probably should do that, because this is the only movement-based thing. Like everything else requires there to be a target or something. Yeah, I think that's the fix. Tiburon says, don't know, my wife is a director at her job now. She likes that better. Quantum Chaos says, let's just solve stress by not working. Versace says, I once was raid leader in Ashron at WoW. I felt very happy. I was never a raid leader in WoW. I raided, I think, like twice, and it was a bad experience because it was Molten Core, and Molten Core was not a good raid experience. There were like 40 people, and you were lucky if you got any item from that. You came out poorer, and you actually came out poorer than you entered the raid usually. Unless you were like a top rating guild or something, or you actually knew how to play the game. Tiburon says, when I was young, someone told me you can't control life circumstances, but you can control how you react to it. Yeah, so one of my like big guiding philosophies in life is that you're in control, and that if you feel like, I don't know, someone's treating you a certain way and you don't like that, you're in control of how you. It's pretty much what Tiburon said. I guess I just summed it up in 3 words, which is probably less impactful. Do you feel like universities are like mafias? What? I haven't thought about it enough to be able to readily answer yes to that question, so I'd have to say no. Were you the Leroy Jenkins guy? Yes, that was me. I sound just like him. I was pretty surprised that. Well, all right, I gotta code a game, so we're not going to talk about Leroy Jenkins right now, or Shadow Step. So do not separate movement with detonation from detonation. I think this is the solution. I think that's it. I don't think there's another solution. This is the only thing that makes sense. So now let's figure out how to do that. Okay, what happens? Code execution system says that verify move and send. So we say bot moved. This is what should send out a message about it. Hands down, that is definitely it. So bot moved. And does this get overridden by the server arena bot moved? No, it doesn't. There's just this. I'm glad Akaze appreciates it. So here we have check for landmines. Now what do we need to know? Versace, you don't even play the game. You bought the game. Route a detonate with landmine, bot, and damage. So how do we lump this all in? We need to... bot moved. What is it? What does this even take now? There's a whole lot of stuff we got to keep in mind. It takes this stuff into account. Bot move currently looks like this. At EverQuest, I was in a top guild. It was very common for you to leave a raid with no gear and losing 1 or 2 levels when trying new content. Monday to Thursday would be re-leveling and getting money for supplies. You see, I don't like that experience. I played Final Fantasy XI a little bit, and that was the first game I ever played with de-leveling. I'd never seen that before, and it was an incredibly annoying mechanic. Incredibly annoying. Because typically, when you play an RPG, you get to, let's say, level 50. And now, oh my god, 50 is a big level. So you buy all the level 50 gear and you spent a ton of money. And then you sell your 49 gear maybe just to get the 50 gear. And then you de-level back to 49 and you're naked. I did not like that system. I stopped playing at Mr. Pandaria. The game is just way too boring now. I have 9 level 100s and multiple arena titles. I do play the game. I don't only bot. Man. You know, one of the things I wonder about, there are games like World of Warcraft where if you bot at the game and then sell your account, you could make real life money. And I don't know how much accounts are worth. I don't know how much gold is worth. But let's just say you made, I don't know, you leveled up an account to level 100 and you made $100 or something like that. So what's crazy to me is, what if as Blizzard, you created, like, imagine, okay, let's use me as an example so that this is less abstract. Let's say in Botland I gave you like level 100 bots. That concept doesn't exist. But let's just say I gave you level 100 bots. But I acted as though I'm on the black market somehow. So I make a secondary account that looks like it's real and that, oh, I cheated at him and I botted his system and I whatever. And then, but I'm the one making the money. I wouldn't do that. I think that's unethical. But just what's stopping Blizzard from, or some employee from doing that, making a bunch of money? Bought my account for $200 back in 2013. Magic Rooster. Wow. Versace, you might not want to bot on an account that has something worth $700 on it. That would be really a shame to lose. Not separate movement from detonation. Okay, so it currently looks like this. Let's add in what... Let's see how we combine this with detonating landmines, which also takes in this. So we have, detonate takes in a landmine, a bot, and yeah, okay. So we only need to add an optional landmine, real ID, and optional damage. Diablo 3 basically had that with Real Money Auction House. No, I guess, but the Real Money Auction House is understood by all the players as Blizzard set up these parameters, players set up these parameters, there is cash flow. I guess what I'm getting at is, what if, Versace just said he bought an account for $200. Imagine if he really bought it from Blizzard, but just didn't realize he bought it from Blizzard. So that cash is going into Blizzard's pocket, but he thinks he's like ripping off the system or something. Like, that's what I'm talking about. The game is like unplayable without botting IMO. It's such a grind fest. Yeah, I could see that. If you have like 8 max level characters and you want a 9th one, that is just tedious. I don't know. I liked leveling up in that game. It was somehow fun. Pressing buttons. Okay, so we need an option to add. Yeah, let's do this. So let's get rid of detonate landmine. This should no longer be a thing. Or at least it should not be separate. In fact, this is something that should go well into the design of every other thing that happens in the game. If there are 2 actions and one requires the other, then they need to be bundled together. Right, is there any other place where I'm violating that assumption? Could you send a parameter to force the order that messages are being processed between server and client? There's already an order of processing that's being enforced. So that part is done. The problem is this. There's movement command, and then movement can sometimes result in a landmine will detonate command. The problem is that when you process move, if you don't know that the landmine will detonate is going to happen, then you've screwed up, and now the landmines can't detonate because the move already happened. That's the dependent action. I guess what I could do is, if you get landmine will detonate and you're already at the destination, then we could just... No, we can't necessarily do that, can we? No, we could. We could do that. Yeah, that's another way to solve this. Okay, so yeah, that's solution number 2 here. Pass tile X and tile Y along with landmine will detonate, and if you're already at that destination, then blow up the mine. Just curious, is the server running all of the game code where the client simply renders it? It's mostly like that, yeah. So the server is running all of the code execution, and the client is just running the rendering system essentially. And the client has some copies to run. So it has also, I can get rid of landmines on the server. In fact, look, it repro'd here. So this does happen in reality. This is the actual server and it happened here. So let's get rid of my landmines bots. Let's just kill all of them. I don't want them. Did I get any kills? Whoa, Oren's crushing the KDR chart here. Separating movement from detonation, though, that's something I think I'm still gonna solve the problem this way because I think this makes the most sense, and it cuts down on a couple of pieces of redundant information, so it'll save some bandwidth. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of detonate landmine everywhere that we see it. Let's just get rid of it. Detonate landmine, get rid of this too eventually. This needs to be fixed, so let's keep that there. The number 14 is cursed. We've removed a couple of actions from there. Oh, not fire artillery, but detonate landmine. Where's that? Right there. Good. All right, so all that's done. Next, client arena. So detonate landmine. Let's write the API as though we already have everything we want. In fact, we could just leave this as is. Well, no, we shouldn't do that. Can people kill their bots at any time? If so, they could just kill their own bot to avoid someone else killing them, or is that not an issue already? Right now, the answer is yes. But in the future, no, they can't kill them at any time, or they could, but there'd be a penalty for it. So it's something that I don't think will be an issue once the game is out. But for right now, yeah, it would totally be an issue. If you're right about to kill me and I just destroy my own bots, then yeah, that could happen. Okay. No, I want to do this on the server side first. Okay, yeah, let's plan this out. So we have move. Where was it? Bot moved. Did I call this? I thought it was bot moved. Oh, yeah. Oh man, I don't know what I'm typing. Let's just take a look. It's bot moved, but it's in the shared arena. Yeah, here we go. You could award the kill to whomever has done the most damage to it, unless you don't track that. I don't track that right now. Oh, and by the way, Twitch is not a loading site. Yes, this is JavaScript ES6. Yeah, Tiburon, I could do that. So I think here's what will probably happen is when we get to the point where it's like we're coming close to launch, those are the kinds of questions I definitely want to get. But for right now, I feel like we have an answer and we just haven't coded it yet. Wheatley says, if people program their own bot, can they use whatever they want, loops, functions, etc.? No. So you get a subset of JavaScript, and even then I haven't finished coding all of it. So right now you can use loops, but there's no real reason why you'd want to use a loop because there's not much to loop over. You can write your own functions, so I can always make my own functions. They can have return values if you want. You can invoke those functions, so I can say foo here. You can use like if statements, and you can say if x or y, then foo. You can't do certain things though. So if I want to say a equals a new object, I can't do that. That is not allowed. If I want to do something like, oh, here's an object that I already have, like C, I can't do something like this. That is not allowed. I can't call. So there are certain things you're prevented from doing, but they're not things that you hopefully want to do as part of the game. Alterblade says, or if you destroy your own bot, if someone attacked your bot in the last 10 seconds, they get the kill. Just join the stream zone. Yeah. So that's what Tibron was saying. And Akay says, do you feel at a certain age that time-hungry games are just not worth it? I don't think it's a certain age that they're not worth it. I think it's a certain level of responsibility where they're not worth it. So if I were, I don't know, 10 years old, or if I were 70 years old, I don't think it would change. Anyway, yeah, my opinion is just I don't think they're not worth it for me. Let me put it that way. I have way too much going on right now where I can't handle playing a game like League of Legends or something, which for me would turn into a time-hungry game. I'm sure one League of Legends game is fast, but I'd probably get addicted. Also, I think I'm going to get a snack after this. I don't know, I might. Well, we'll see. Okay, verify move and send. So this calls bot moved. So this can't send out anything to the client. We just need to call bot moved, and we need to know what we had here. So new tile X, new tile Y, ID. What is the ID? The active bot's real ID. So we got to get rid of this. And is teleporting. This is passed in. We'll need to pass it into bot moved as well. Where else is bot moved called from? It's called from two places. Why is it called from two places? One is teleporting and one is moving? Oh, no. Okay, maybe what Tiburon suggested is a better solution here. Well, sort of what Tiburon suggested, the priority system. Yeah, what if I passed along coordinates with the landmines, and if you just happen to be at those coordinates already, then we blow up the mine. I think that would still be very hard code to write. I'm not sure how I want to do this. I don't feel so bad for playing games. I don't feel bad for spending hours playing games. What I feel bad for at this point in my life would be like waiting to play the game, I guess. Because yeah, back when I was playing games like MMORPGs, I would say, "Oh my God, work is over. Finally, I get to go home and play." And I didn't like that mentality for myself. I'm not saying it's bad for other people to do. That's totally fine. But it was a bad situation to be in, I think. Okay, so if we put this into the landmine system, then we need to somehow call reached destination again so that we could do all of this. I just don't like that. I think I'm going to consolidate this with the move command. So then let's go into the code execution system, and in bot moved, let's pass in whether or not this is considered to be a teleport command, just so that we know what to tell the client, I guess. Here, yeah. So here's what we'll do. We'll say const is teleporting equals true, and then we'll put this to do up there. And then this doesn't even happen here. We instead say is teleporting here. Change this to false since we're not teleporting. But we don't have charge graphics yet. Okay, I'm gonna stand up. I don't want to keep hurting my back. Also, let's run some giveaways up in here. There we go. Okay, so this shouldn't happen here anymore. We need to figure out, we need a charge to get there, figure out the direction to charge. I don't think we need to even do that. We just treat it like a teleport. We will probably need to figure out the direction we're traveling once we want charge graphics. Although the client could probably handle that. How do I make myself start a task relative to procrastinating? Also, hi Husabz. Bibs. I don't know how to pronounce your name. On stream, it's easier because I just have to get this stuff done. When it's the rest of my life, I sometimes just procrastinate. Okay. So we take this out of here. And then the other place where we have bot moved, and hopefully this was the only other one. We had, 3 places, and one was the definition, so that doesn't count. So we take this here, we take this, and we say, tell the client about it. No, we just tell this. And then we pass in is teleporting from what we had as a param. So we say is teleporting. Okay, good. Then we can do this. All right, great. Now in the arena, shared arena, we have bot moved and we pass in is teleporting. Now this happened to be in here, but it's never called from anywhere other than the server. So we also need to put this here. And so we route the bot's ID. So bot real ID goes here. This dot client server router dot route. Do we have this anywhere else in here? Good, we do. So get rid of all of that. Okay, perfect. So now the only to-do item left is to do put the result from check for landmines in here. Shadow Sage says, so I randomly joined. What did I join into? Welcome to the dark side of Twitch. This is where we code games. And so what I'm working on is a game called Botland, which is an online strategy game. Let me refresh this page because there's a bug showing that I don't want to show that I'm currently fixing. It's a strategy game where you make bots. So you'll pick something like, I'm just going to go through this really quickly because I have explained this a lot today. Let's make lasers and shields. And then instead of writing code, which I could do, instead of writing code for them, I'm just going to put this. I'll say, let's shield ourselves and let's try firing missiles. And then let's pursue an enemy if we can. And then, there we go, connect that. And then we'll move. And you know what, just for good measure, I'll throw in a harvest after pursuing an enemy, just in case we can. Okay, so let's deploy this. We will deploy this as Shadow of Sage. So Shadow of Sage. All right, let's deploy that bot. So here it is. Our bot shielded and now it's shooting missiles. And now where did it go? There it is. Oh, and now it died again. Okay, there. You can see its shield is activated. And it's getting taken down by melee right now. So yeah, that's kind of how this works. You deploy them into the arena, and then they move around, and they follow the AI that you wrote for them. And depending on the game mode, like right now, this is just deathmatch. So whoever has the most kills is winning. So it's really Adam McAdamson, the imposter Adam. And yeah. Did I miss my chance to mess with your lights? If you didn't get a whisper, then possibly. And wait, I don't know. Maybe the system isn't working, to be honest. The giveaways might just be broken. In fact, they probably are. I think they are. I think the giveaways are broken. Let's type info here. Ode. Monadic bind is in the Ode list. Oh, it doesn't think anybody's in chat. That's why. Huh. Have you ever had teams where you were the only one doing all the work? I probably have. All right, let's just manually give out tokens here. The Grantifer token monadic bind and token destidom. There. Yeah, so there you go. Now you guys can change the lights. Yep, and there you have it. Wasting not a moment. Who is that? Oh, it's monadic bind. Aha. Okay. So yeah, that controlling lights is a follower benefit, but I run giveaways every once in a while. So yeah. Shadowed of Sage. I didn't see that D on your name, or the E, I guess. That's rather interesting, especially when I'm not a big strat gamer and I'm only done basic web dev coding. So yeah, part of what we're aiming for in Botland is that you don't need to know anything about coding. So I happen to write a script here, sure. But here's what you could have done. You could have used a pre-made script, and eventually we'll have more of these. So if you really like the melee strategy, then just put melee on your bot. And there, I don't need to understand what this does. I just need to read the comments at the top, which will eventually say something like, chases down enemies and hits them with melee. And that's it. Reading this is all you need to know. You can ignore anything that happens down here. But if you do know what happens down here, you could say, wait a second, there's cloaking. Oh, I don't want cloaking. Let's just delete that. And there. You just modify the code. Perfect. If you do want to edit it as JavaScript, then you can do that. You could say something like, all right, closest enemy is here. Let's say if the get distance to closest enemy is also less than 5. Otherwise, we just don't even care about them. We'll just move randomly. So I don't know. You can do a lot of different things. So we need to lump in the information from check for landmines here. So let's just for now return this. We'll return landmine real ID and damage. There. Then up here, well, check for landmines. Is this only called in one place? This idea is awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys like the idea. And look, we're doing everything we can to make sure the game is as fun as possible for people. So I am really looking forward to once this is in a better state. Really, this last week and a half or so has not been great for advancing the state of the game, but we're getting there. And I think next week we're gonna go full throttle on this stuff. Which, by the way, look, memory usage is at 423 now. I'm gonna garbage collect and we'll see what this ends up being. How many people are connected right now? /online. There are 3 people. So let's try garbage collecting and see what happens. Do I actually have GC? Unrecognized command. Okay, fine. Eval var m equals require. Oh, it just did a garbage collection. Coincidentally. What's our memory usage now? Wait, was it full heap compaction? Yeah, it was a full garbage collection. It's not finding any leaks. Interesting. So if I were to garbage collect myself, it wouldn't do anything at this point, huh? Let's do var m equals require memwatch next m.gc. Oh, come on. Unrecognized command var eval global.m equals require memwatch next global.m.gc. Oops. IR can type. Alright, let's try this out. Oops. There we go. Now that was definitely a full garbage collect. And yeah, our memory usage went down to 300 megabytes. Okay. 13-year-old not fun enough. Back to Vine. Okay, good. So check for landmines is only called from there. So let's do this. We'll say, oh, this won't actually work, will it? Yeah, return. These need to be null. Return null. And then now we know that we found something. So we'll do this. We'll say const landmine info equals that. So let landmine real ID equals undefined. Let landmine landmine damage equal undefined. Or maybe we specifically send over null. Yeah, let's send over null. Or landmine info dot landmine real ID. Does this even work the way I want it to? We better verify this. What is the result of null or 5? Null or 5 is 5. Good. Yeah. So passing IDs over will work. What is null or 0? Yeah, good, 0. That's fine. Okay, so then this one is landmine info.damage. All right, good. And then we pass these things along. Landmine damage. Or we could pass this as a totally different message, like move bot and blow up landmine, but I don't think that's really necessary. So this part's done. The server should be totally set, and this is only filled in some of the time. So now on client arena, we have move bot, and this is going to take in opt landmine real ID, opt landmine damage. Now in the case that we got those, we need to lump in landmine detonated, which is currently looks like this. So let's do this. Bot moved, or move bot. We're going to say, after the moving part, we're going to put this here. We're going to say if opt landmine real ID, if util.exists, then we say assert util.exists opt damage. A landmine ID was sent, but damage was not. And then we do this dot landmine detonated. So we have opt landmine real ID, bot to damage real ID is just real ID, and then opt damage. Okay, there we go. Let's let this build. Let's try this out. Where's the build? There it is. Okay, there it is. Done. And then let's try this out. So we're going to refresh the page. Oh, we need to start the server again too. Oh, so this was weird. CPU bursting. Uh-oh, I coded something wrong. What is this? Pause on a JavaScript breakpoint. Oh, that's not a problem. What? Cannot read property landmine real ID of null. Let's find out where that's happening. This is not right. So much to do and so little that I got done this week, I feel. So it's coming from where? Air.stack. Bot moved. Landmine real ID of null. Oh, of course. Okay. So let's take a look. Shared arena. And this shouldn't even be in the shared arena anymore. Maybe it could work here because I think there is a client server router here. Yeah, there is. But router actions, are those used? They apparently are. And only for this one purpose. Interesting. Okay, so here's what we say. We set these things here. Good, and then we say if util.exists landmine info, then we do the same stuff that we had here, except for instead of null, we set it to the correct thing. All right, there. Now we restart that server. And then we wait for this client to finish, then we try things out. Shadowed of Sage says, I want your lights. You can buy them. All right, let's try it out. Yeah, it's one of the things I I really like the lights, and I really like that you guys can control them. I think it's a nice little bit of interactivity. And really, when you think about it, Twitch provides a lot more over TV or Netflix in that there's interactivity. So it just adds to that. I like it. Okay, does this work? Or is this breaking constantly? It looks like it might be breaking constantly. Wait, no, it's working. It's working. Okay, so now we connect here and here, and we try out the code that we had before. So we hit load, auto deploy, lay mine, and move. Okay, and we should not see the bug happen. And we should still see bots get detonated by landmines. Nice. Nice. All right, so let's let this run. I'm going to go use the bathroom really fast. I'll put up a BRB screen in a small part of the screen. Let's see. I'll put it, well, yeah, I'll put it here. Let's just do that. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, let's see. How long have I been programming for, Beefcake asks. A long time. And what is this? No more movement animations, just moves? Yeah, the animations have been cut out for the sake of testing for this bug. And I think the bug is fixed. He did test to find the bug where a dead bot was placed over a mine or whatever the bug was. Yeah, so the bug was that for a mine to blow up before, there was a move message that was sent from server to client, and there was a mine blew up message. So what happens is if move was processed before we even got the mine was blown up message, then you'd move to the tile where there was a landmine, and then you'd get the message saying a landmine blew up. So you wouldn't ever move on to the landmine that blew up, or the client wouldn't know it at least. And yeah, this whole thing is just a test. Does this ever happen? I don't think it can happen anymore. So now we just need to clean up the code that we did. Man, it's just been a long set of bug fixes. Alright, let's comment this here. So, well, actually, let's just duplicate these. So it's going to be... Wait, no. This is not right. No, this is right. But is teleporting is now a parameter. Is teleporting. This is true if you're teleporting. It's used to tell the client. It's only used for passing this information on to the client. So needs a message queue or hierarchy, something like that. Can't think of the correct term. So not quite. Messages are always going to be sent and received in the same order. So if I send move and then landmine, you'll get them in that form, move and then landmine. The problem was that here's what I expected to happen. I expected it to be move and then like, well, actually I wrote this out already, so I'll just show you that. Yeah, here's what I expected to happen. The server sends both of these things at once, and then the client receives them sequentially, and then it handles them sequentially. So the problem was that the server sent them both at once, but then the client received one and like immediately processed it before the next one could come in. And that's because there was lag in between when it received this and when it received this. So instead of making them separate commands, like here's how I solved this. Solution, server sends a chase, tile, and blow up component, essentially. This was, yeah. And then so client receives that, and then client processes it like at once. I'm just gonna close that file. So now the question is how do we fix up all these APIs so that they look good? This isn't needed here anymore. Making landmines not do anything. So yeah, that's good. We call landmine detonated. That's probably not okay. And that's definitely not okay. Move bot. This needs to have this other stuff in here. So opt landmine real ID and opt landmine damage. These are both optionally numbers. And when defined, when defined, this means that the moving bot moved onto a landmine. This is lumped into this message so that we can't process. This is lumped into the movement message so that we can't process the movement completely and then get the landmine will detonate message. Hey Adam, out of curiosity, how confident are you when you write some code then that code will work exactly right the first time you run it? Well, there's a difference between writing code on stream and writing code myself. And in neither way am I like 100% confident. But when I'm writing code myself, I have more of my brain focused on what code I'm writing. And then I'd say, I don't know, like 80% sure that it'll work. And then Void Dreamer said, how do you feel about productivity today? The way I think of productivity, I know it literally means that you produced a lot. But the way I think about it is, how much time was I spending actually working or somehow contributing to the stream? And in that sense, I feel like it was a productive day. In the sense that, did I get a lot of work done? Or rather, a lot of progress? No, there was hardly any progress. This is all kind of just recuperating from all the various problems that have been assailing me. And in that sense, I'm a little dejected because I had high hopes. And the next feature that I'm going to work on, I feel like is going to be really fun, both for you guys and for me to code. And when I say for you guys, maybe not more fun to watch or anything, but more fun to use because you can play the game. By the way, what is memory usage at? 346. Yeah, so I think if I just garbage collect every once in a while, this is fine. And if I start the process with a maximum, hey Hardline. You know, Hardline, every time, Lulong still mentions you every once in a while as his dad. Awesome, as long as you're happy with it. Glad you bounced back from Wednesday. You know, so I know Monadic Bind in real life. And yesterday, I happened to see Monadic Bind, and I said, hey, how are you doing? And for the first time in my life, I got this answer. He said, better than you were doing yesterday. Never heard that before. Most of the time people are like, I'm doing well. You know. Well, Monadic Bind, who watches the stream, obviously knows Wednesday was not a great day. And I just thought that was funny. So, yeah. And really, it's not like I didn't learn anything from Wednesday. I think the worst possible thing is when you get stuck in that tooling circle, just this impossible vortex of, oh my god, I gotta fix that and I gotta fix that, and by the end of it, you're back where you started and you didn't learn anything. That's the only thing worse, I think, than what happened Wednesday. At least I kind of ended up where I started, but I learned a lot in the process. So there's a silver lining in that cloud as well. Now let's take a look at this code. So we've got this and this, and then we call landmine detonated. So this is called when the server tells you that a landmine was detonated, which is now bundled into the move message, and so we can kind of tweak some of this. Let's put this up here so we can take a look. Where is... Also, wait, what? Okay, yeah. Where is that code that was modified? It was move bot. Yeah. So how can we call this in a smarter way? We have the landmine real ID and we have the bot to damage real ID. So we can just pass in the bot entity directly. Yep, that's good. Let's do that. Pass in bot entity. This is now an entity. And now we get rid of this. Perfect. Okay. And damage. Yeah, that's all fine. Landmine real ID. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm happy with this. This is called in that. Yep. Now it looks good. Really? I've been working out stuff with a girl I like and coding arrays stuff on class. Oh, sorry, I missed something earlier even. Beefcake says, are you working for company or indie developer? So, I like answering questions literally and then answering the intent of the question. So, essentially like both. I co-founded the company that is making this game, but I'm not making any money or anything. So yeah, I'm an indie developer. And Hardline says, yeah, really, I've been working. Yeah. No, it is even worse about that, don't you think? The tooling stuff? And the majority of Outline's code will be written in JavaScript. I have a question. I want to learn C#, focus on game dev. Any suggestion? I know this is a hard question to answer, but I need to know. I know all languages are good, but which do you think would be best for a beginner, like from zero? So from zero, I think Python is a good choice. So yeah, I would start with Python and I'd start at Codecademy. And unfortunately, I can't vouch for learning from zero by using Codecademy. I've looked at Codecademy. I think it's a really good set of programs that they have there. I've used Python, I've learned Python, but I haven't learned Python by using Codecademy. So I'm saying, hey, this is probably a good thing to do, but I don't know for sure how good it is. But yeah, Exo Gaming, like, don't even put it off. Just go to Codecademy right now and start learning Python. Like, there's nothing preventing. You know what? I'll even make it easier for you. Codecademy Python. No, there it is. All right, blam. There, done. Click that link, start learning. 2 years from now, you'll be like, wow, I know a lot of stuff, and I'm going into college, and now college can enhance what you know instead of starting you from scratch. Okay, I think this code is fine now. And then the only thing I want to do is move this back to where it came from, which is line 444. So let's put that back up there. Well, it came from somewhere over here. There, and now the diff won't look as ugly. Good, 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 good. Yep. All right. This all needs to be reverted immediately. Wait, whoops. No. Bad, Adam. I didn't mean to hit escape 3 times, just 2 times. Just exactly 2 times. All right, good. So we can't remove all this. That's important because otherwise we would end up with an undefined whatever problem. Yeah, let's just do that. So there, that needs to be the way that it is. We refresh that, 1 line removed. Good. Here we have to do change to false since we're not teleporting, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then we did that below too. So let's make that look the same in both places. So code execution system 1101, and we did not have this here. What code is this? What? 1101 does not. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. That was just stupid. Perfect. My professor's teaching us to use Java. Right now we're using JGrasp. I'll get started today, but it's like 12, so I won't get much done. Oh, no, Exo Gaming, sorry. If it's 12, don't start this while you're tired. You'll end up with start it tomorrow or something. I was just saying, like, for me, it's 4 o'clock or so. So I figured if it's during the day and you just happen to be watching the stream and you're doing nothing else, then yeah, totally get to work. But no, don't work while you're sleepy. Good idea might be to take their instructions but change them a bit and solve the problem instead, yeah. Starting with C# as first language using the Microsoft video is a good idea. I seem to understand the code and the basics. I intend to learn it for Unity development. I, again, cannot vouch for the Microsoft videos, but perhaps it's a good idea. I think starting with C# is totally fine, if that's what you're asking. And I think following along with some kind of instruction, whether it's videos or it's a tutorial or anything, I think that's good. Okay, we're working our way through this. We're almost done with this. Landmine, real ID. Yeah, so this is the one place where things get a little muddied here. Check for landmines now returns something, but it's not totally obvious what it returns. Let's go into shared arena, and we have check for landmines, and we'll say @return $object. An object, if defined, this represents that a landmine was hit, and this object will contain landmine, real ID, and damage. Or possibly landmine damage, no, just damage. Okay. As far as being able to use Unity as one of your first forays into gaming, that's crazy, because when I was learning how to code, there weren't game engines like that. It wasn't something you could do. So you had to write your own rendering pipeline, or I don't know. There's things that a normal person would not be like, I'm going to learn how to code, and they're like, I don't know, let's say 12 years old or something. I'll start with a rendering pipeline. I don't think that's too common. And I know some people have done that, yes. And usually they're readily going to tell you that they did that at 12 years old. All right, so fixed a nasty bug where landmine detonation was separated into 2 messages. Bot moved and landmine detonated, or something like that. What was it called? Detonate landmine? Move bot. I got them both wrong. Move bot and detonate landmine. The problem is that sometimes MoveBot would be fully processed before detonate landmine was even received, which meant that when a landmine killed a bot. Oh, also, while we're typing this up, let's go to the test code and run it. Okay, which meant that when a landmine killed a bot, in that case, both the bot and the landmine would exist forever on the client. A weekend ahead of me. I'm in 4th year. It's optional. We do nothing. So I thought it's a good start since I have so much time on my hand. This is something I really want to do because I've been playing games all my life and I really like your stream. Although I don't understand anything. I like to create what I want, not anyone else. I don't mean to sound like a mean person, but yeah. No, that's totally reasonable. One, you've got free time and you want to learn. That's all of us. That's great. It doesn't matter if you want to learn game development or you want to learn how to crochet. Like, you have free time and you want to learn, awesome. Like, I'll always encourage that. And then you say you want to create something that you want to do and not something that someone else wants you to do. That's also totally fine. I think most people want to be in that situation. In fact, when you call the shots, when you do what it is you want to do, your project will take a different direction. It's not necessarily for the best, because sometimes you think, oh, no one's watching over me, I'll code in whatever shortcuts I want. And then a month later you think, why did I make this decision? And you can't remember because you didn't document it, you didn't have anything, and in that short amount of time you just forgot. Thriller is free this week on Google Play Music. Interesting. Okay, so fix that nasty bug. So the solution was to bundle landmine detonation directly into the movement message so that they're both processed on the client at the same time. Done. Do I recommend books for learning code? I think to start with that no, I wouldn't. I would probably start with just learning online, because I think the smallest investment you can do at the beginning of learning anything is probably the investment you should do. So for coding especially, you already have a computer, or you're typing to me somehow, maybe you have a phone, I don't know. But you probably have a computer. And if you have that, then just start in a free way. And then if you like what you're doing and you feel like you want to learn more, then fine, go buy a book. But then I can't recommend anything because I have not read very many programming books. All right, so we fixed the orange ray bug. Perfect. We should probably deploy this. But it's just a bug fix. I don't think it's super important yet. So the journaling systems that I can figure out what happened, just record all network messages in and out in their params and be able to replay them. Let's think about how I would do this. This may be useful for single player as well. Actually, for single player, it's nearly impossible to do this because you'd probably need to turn it on. And if you had to turn it on, you wouldn't know that you even wanted this until a bug happens. And by then, you've already got a problem. Pretty good computer if that's what you're asking. I play all my games on my computer. No. Even if you had a bad computer, just do you have a computer? Because I think coding on your phone would be a terrible way to learn. In that nobody wants to type on a phone keyboard when they're programming. If you're going to do an object-oriented programming, please have a look at Clean Code. It's an amazing book. Kind of advanced, not a beginner thing. If you want to program games, I wouldn't learn web code. I don't think it's bad to program games via web code. But it all depends. Like, I think Phaser.js is a pretty good way to start, but I don't think it's as mature as it could be yet. Yeah, no, we can't do this for single player. So how do we handle this? Well, we don't have one place where all of this stuff goes through. So for example, when you deploy a bot, we get deploy bot, and then we send out a create bot message. We could journal that this happened. We could make a journaling system. Okay, so let's think of what the API for this would look like. There'd be something like journal system dot record, and then we'd have we need to have a socket.on for just anything, any generic thing that comes through. That way we've got a way to record this. Also, chat's going fast enough where just tag me in a message if you want my attention. I'm going to go grab water really fast. I'll be right back. 10 seconds. So is there a generic socket.on? Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to close that. Oh, hopefully we still have this other one open. Okay, we do. Yeah, are there any phantom bots? No. So I think it's safe to say that this thing stopped happening, but still, let's take a look. Socket.io events. Okay, let's take a look. Docs. So there's socket.on news. What if we just didn't have a message there? socket.listen, socket.onConnection, socket.of, oh, server.of, server of, server emit, namespace. Where are the events? Emits an event to all clients. No, that's not what I want. Connection and connect. Where does on go? It's not even described here. What? Why is it not described here? Okay. I don't know. I don't see this. And it doesn't greatly matter. I can still accomplish this. Okay, let's think about how we do this. So we were going to record something like deploy bot and any parameters that we got with it. So we go into deploy bot and we say, like, this is where this would go. We'd say like journal system dot record deploy bot. We'd say player code serialized slot config name. Although the player is not something we'd probably want to do like this. We'd probably want to say player.getID, then all this other stuff. So we have code like that, and then our playback, we need to filter all of this through a particular location. That way we can play it back how we want. So journal system dot playback, we'd pass in a giant array of something, or I guess we could have a playback from a file. Anyway, so some array of stuff. So I guess this would make, we'd probably say something like type deploy bot args and then make an argument array. All right, and then when you play it back, we put in all of those objects. So type deploy bot args arg array. And the way that this would work is it would go through each one of these. So for I equals 0, I is less than array.length, I plus plus, we'd say message equals array I, and then we'd say something like just dispatch message dot type message dot args. That's what we want to do. This is a case for a decorator pattern. Journaling shouldn't take place inside your other logic. Also, yeah, I'll respond to that in a second. Yeah, see ya, Axo Gaming. Yeah, I totally agree with you. This is a place for a decorator pattern. I'm trying to think of how I'd even want the API to look for this if I just had a record and a play. And would this even work? Because I need to make sure that all the players exist as well. Because you'll get a deploy bot from a player like ID 0. I guess the create would have just needed to take place on the server. So we might eventually invalidate our journal. Am I stood up? Yes, I am standing. So if we were to make a decorator pattern for this, I guess we'd say something like journal system dot decorate this dot deploy bot, and let me put this into a different file. Okay, and then the decorate function would look like this. It would take in a function and it would say this dot record. Wait, what am I doing? What does the deploy bot function look like? So that when you call deploy bot, it does some code before that. Uh, Let me think about this. No, I need to set the function to something else. Because yeah, what I want to get to is this that I can call the record system. Twitch is not a dating site. Did I say your name wrong earlier? Twitch is not a dating site? Huh. I think when I greeted you, I read your name wrong. Do I like crazy keyboards? I don't know how to answer that. I like crazy mice, that's for sure. Man, even the mouse I'm using right now, I don't know. Hang on, let me see where my camera is. So yeah, this is the mouse I'm using. And some of you guys have seen me talk about how I end up using this, but like with my other hand off the keyboard entirely, I switch. Whoops, I gotta get back to Sublime to show you this. I can switch like between tabs, page up and page down, move windows around, maximize them. I could actually edit text in here while I'm doing this, so I could like delete this and put a new line here and space over. I'll go to the beginning of the line. I don't have undo on the mouse, but I can type the letter K in case I ever need that. So yeah, there's a lot of different functions I have for this stuff, and I definitely like it. Twitch is not a loading site. Oh, that is probably what I said. I don't know what made me. I don't know. I think usually my brain fries every day, but usually it's by about 4 o'clock, which is now. So we're going to try to work through this issue. Also, let's just take a look online. So if we look up JavaScript decorator pattern, is there some canonical way of applying this? Also, have we run into this bug yet? I think we fixed the bug. K on the thumb, handy. Actually, I have to press it with my middle finger because it's here. And by the way, the reason I have that is because I don't know if you guys know this, but if you watch a YouTube video, like if I just go to some video, wow, I would have expected test to be something. All right, let me go to one of my own videos so that there's no problem with copyrights or something like that. All right, yeah, let's just click this. So if you go to a YouTube video and you press the K key on your keyboard, it'll always pause and play it no matter where you are. So like if this has the focus over here and you press K, it still pauses the video. That's the whole reason I have K on my keyboard. Why do I use Bing? I actually got this mic stand and the pop filter for 20 bucks. $10 of that was from Bing. So this is like half off. All right, so let's look up the decorator pattern. Sample code. So this doesn't seem like it's exactly decoration. I just want to decorate a function. Like I could probably come up with this myself. I just want to see how do other people do this. Decorating constructors with new functionality. If you have a vehicle, what just happened to the web page? Why did it scroll up? Oh, because it's loading code. Okay. Then you create a truck. Alright, create a truck to be decorated. Set model and set color. That's not really decorated. That's just JavaScript like adding in new functions on the fly, right? Which maybe doesn't demonstrate all of its strengths decorators have to offer. So okay, MacBook, cost, screen size, decorator 1 memory, takes in MacBook. Oh, they overwrite a function. Oh, okay. Well, I could do something like that. Have you searched for Bing and Google? Probably. That's the whole reason I have K on my keyboard. Use constructors rather than add component. Oh, okay. So I would do well, how I invoke it doesn't really matter because I could say something like, deploy bot equals journal system dot decorate this dot deploy bot. And the thing is, I can't get the params of a function. Does it even matter? Let me think of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take a function foo that takes in like a player and some code, and I want to make the first line of it essentially be something like, so here was old code, and I want to inject something like record player code. It just passes the call to a decorated instance and adds some logic on top of it, just in case it's unclear. Oh, okay. Yeah. You do like make a decorated bot and then add in the components in the constructor there. Let me think about this. The way this would typically work is I guess you'd have a class, decorator, constructor, and this would take in something like a function, and I could say new parts of this, but because it's a function, it doesn't really make sense because I can't modify the function. I wonder. All right. I don't think I'm going to make any progress on this right now. I think we ignore the journaling system and I wait until my brain is not fried to think about this. So I will write this down though. Best form 1 suggests using a decorator pattern. Hello, Google. Yeah. And then I think we'll get to this discrete games now, maybe. Like I said, I'll just kind of ignore this and we'll make sure we're back where we started with the code there. Because I don't think I have it in me to think about this stuff too much right now. Actually, you know what? Let me go grab a snack. That way I've got at least some little burst of energy. I'm going to go get some yogurt or something. I'll be back in a little bit. I didn't have time to finish my bread. It's literally just bread. There's no sandwich or anything. Oh yeah, let's save this stuff off over in the other file. Okay, we're gonna start on discrete games. Are you ready? Let's save this off. Excuse me. Okay, we need a game state class. And then something needs to keep track of it. I think I said it should be part of main. Sort of like the player depots. Yep, let's do it. Do it to it. So let's go into... Wait, is this something that needs to be shared by the client? I think it is. So it needs to be pretty similar to this. Both the client and the server need to know about it, but only the server updates it. All right, so let's start with a shared class. Let's go to shared player depot. Let's save this as game state. And let's update all this to... What? Why is Alt F3 not working? What? What's going on? Oh, there we go. Okay. Update this to game state. Oh, now there's going to be game state and game stats. Right? Game stats and game state. I'm going to get really good at typing the difference between these things. Let's get rid of this for now. So we have a constructor and we don't care about anything. Excuse me. I don't care about anything else. All right, and in here we have what is this? Start time, end time, game type, game phase. All right, so start time and end time is pretty self-explanatory. So let's do this dot start time equals date dot now. This dot end time. Should we say time remaining, and then you just compute what the end time is? Yeah, I like that better. Time remaining equals, let's make it be a minute for right now. So 60 times 1,000 milliseconds. And then we also have what? Game type and game phase. So game type I'm not even gonna code yet. I don't think it's worth doing. But game phase is gonna be pre-game, in-game, or post-game. Let's go into constants and make these here. I want to make this something like this, yeah. Game phases. Man, I don't like this. Game phases. All right, so it's pre-game, in-game. Oops. In-game and post-game. Okay, so game phases. Now we can say import star as constants from dot/constants. Game phase is constants.game phases dot pregame. Tiburon says I always use states. What do you mean by that? Oh, also Versace, I missed your message. Adam eating on stream. Am I awake? Someone pinch me. Yeah, I try not to eat on stream. This was the one time where I was conflicted because otherwise I would have gone over my 5 minutes, and that's a no-no. Also, wow, I'm almost at 900 followers. Thank you guys. Thank you again and again. Game states instead of game phases. Oh, well, the thing is, I'm calling the class that holds game phase a game state. So A game state consists of a start time and an end time, a game type, and then a game phase. Maybe, well, the names for something here are probably confusing because game state and game phase sound kind of the same. Are you going to have in-game moderators? Not like, I don't know, imagine playing StarCraft. There's no moderator for when you're in the game. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but there would be a moderator for maybe, like, is this person, I don't know, just doing something bad. Maybe there'd be something like that. Okay, yeah, let's just continue along with this. So we've got these things, and now main is going to keep track of this. So let's go into server main. And I think, now let's just kind of start this and figure out where we're going with it eventually. I just don't want to sleep, in my opinion. It's a waste of time. If it ever comes to the question, you know, there's this one Burger King loving botland veteran. Okay. This dot setup game, let's say setup initial game state. And part of this is like one of the game types might be lobby, which could just be deathmatch. But we'll have to figure this out. So setup initial game state. Let's do this. Setup initial game state. We're going to say this dot game state equals, and we're going to need to import the game state. So import game state from here, game state. Okay, and let's make this and set up initial game state, new game state. All right, good. So now we need to tell the client about how much time and what we're in. So let's make a serialize function. Oh, that's where things get a little bit more annoying. So let's go into serve player depot, and we'll save this as game state. So now we have, this is the game state base. Game state. I bet though if I lived in the States somewhere, Burger King would probably not be my favorite fast food joint. It appears that there's so many of them that there's most likely some other restaurant chain that fits your liking better. But for now, all hail Lord Whopper. There's always been a Burger King wherever I've lived. So in that sense, yes, they're everywhere as far as I'm concerned. I don't eat a whole lot of fast food, and I probably shouldn't say what kind of fast food I like without getting paid by that business, because I'm a streamer now, and I should be getting money to say if I like hamburgers or tacos or whatever the case may be. So you'll just never know. If I ever do say it, maybe it turns out that I'll be getting paid by people, but for right now, I'm not a sellout. You have Burgerville where I am? I've never heard of that, so no. Privately held American restaurant chain in Oregon and Southwest Washington. Wow, it's in Washington, and I've never even heard of this? I don't think I've even seen this. I don't think so. Now I really want to go get a milkshake or something now. Maybe the grantifer works for Burgerville. Maybe he's playing brass instruments for them. Alright, so we have game state. We're going to inherit from game state base. We don't really need the logger, I guess. We don't really need this. So we're just going to call super here. And we're going to get rid of this stuff. And we're going to make a serialized thing eventually. So then in main, when we want the game state, we no longer need to take it from there. We just take it from here. And now game state has a serialized function, which we're going to return. Where's the base game state? Here. So we're pretty much going to return all this stuff. Start time, this dot start time, time remaining, this dot time remaining, game phase, this dot game phase. Okay. Serialize that. We have welfare and good pizza, but we're lacking on the burger side. And then let's make a deserialize function over here. Static deserialize. Serialized game state. And we'll say const game state equals new game state. Game state dot start time equals serialized start time. And same thing with time remaining and game phase. Okay, so we got a serialized function, we got a deserialized function. Next, we need to make sure to send this to a player. Also, I guess there would be an update for this. There'd be an update in both of these. So I guess I put it in the shared one. Let's put update. And we'll say dt, this dot time remaining minus equal dt. If this dot time remaining is less than or equal to 0, then return true. Now let's just return this. Okay. So then we need to call update from this on both the client and the server. So let's say call update on both client and server and send to client when first connecting. All right, so calling update, we can do this from the places that, like the obvious places. So this dot game state dot update delta time. And then in client main, we'll do the same thing. We'll say this dot game state equals null. I don't know if it makes sense to have a real game state at this point, but we do need to include the shared game state. So let's do that. Game state from there. And then not having a game state until you join, that's what's going to be kind of weird. But anyway, there's an update. And here we put the same thing. This dot game state dot update delta time. Adam, if you ever become a billionaire, move to Silicon Valley, set up a Botland headquarter, and buy In-N-Out Burger and name it after me. Wait, name it after you? Like Versace Lord? Or name it after your real life name? Sweden McSwedish person. Lars Erik Larson. It's even Swedish. Born in, I don't know where this place is. Swedish. Aha! I am right. It sounds like a Swedish name, and it is Swedish. Okay, so sending this across the wire. Let's just not touch the number 14, since that seems to be cursed. So we'll say server game state 41 sent by the server to indicate the current game state. Maybe also that it changed. I don't know. Let's put this here. Go into Connection Manager. Adam, how can you develop games but not play as many as you should? They're fun. Like I said, I had to be careful about getting too sucked into a game. So I do play Hearthstone and I play Wordament, and I was playing Diablo 2 probably at the start of the stream. And I've played Jazzpunk since then. I just started playing Banjo-Kazooie with a friend of mine. I do play a lot of games still. I actually just finished Wind Waker HD with my wife. Yeah. It's just, there's not a lot of constants. I used to have, like, I played Super Smash Bros. Melee for at least 7 years. At least 7 years. And for a lot of that time, it was every single weekend. So for me, it was like, yeah, I'm a Melee gamer. And that was that for that time in my life. And now I can't really say that about too much. I describe myself as a Hearthstone and a Wordament player, and then everything else comes and goes. Not one person on stream has ever been like, I play Wordament too. But I run into a surprising number of people in real life who play that game. Do I have a Fire TV or Fire TV stick? No, I've got a Chromecast thing though. To do change from... Oh, this is interesting. This is no longer needed. Oh, but this is only a constant, and it's only ever received here, and it's in received game mode. And that's only so that you can know... What's the game I'm talking about? Wordament? It is... Wait for it. It's basically Boggle. The big difference is that you're playing the exact same game that everyone else in the world is playing. So the way this works is you play a game just like Boggle. So you play this, and then at the end of each match, you see where you ranked in the world according, like, based on everyone else. So if there's 941 players, you can see exactly what percentile you are and how much number one got at the time. So it's a lot of fun. Amazon has Fibbage for free. Oh, okay. In your spare time, play Fallout 4. I don't think I'll get to that. It's going to be... I don't know how many hours that game is advertised as, but it's like minimally 15, right? Probably more like 40 or 50. So where do I use this? Received game mode. It's only here, and then here I subscribe to it. Where do I publish this? Oh, there. Okay, yeah. So here we go. So what is this for? This is called when the server tells you the current game mode. And then you wipe the leaderboard. You do whatever else. So instead, we got to send game state across. Adam, I don't want to offend you, but that game doesn't look that great. No, don't worry about offending me. I don't think... Like, first of all, you're not trying to offend me, so you wouldn't be offending me that way. And if you seriously offended me, you'd probably be trying, and then I'd probably just ban you because you're not contributing to chat. But no, it's a word game. Like, a lot of people are just not into word games. It's like how a lot of people just don't like puzzle games, or they don't like FPSs. That's to each their own. So I think we need to change this into a proper message. I think we need to change this from received game mode to received game state. I think it needs to be something that single player dispatches as well. This is something that single player needs to dispatch as well. So let's promote received game mode into received game state. There should also be something like game state transitions. We'll get to that eventually. That game sucks at them. Wow. I expected more. Yep. So let's promote this. We'll change it from receive server game mode. Okay, we'll change this to server game state, I think. Let's just get rid of this for now. Yeah, let's get rid of it. And let's change this everywhere that we find it to server game state. So we'll change that. It appears in 3 spots. So yeah, replace. Good. Save, save, save. And now where we get that, well, we publish out a received game mode. Let's change this too. Although we're going to need to change more than just this. Alright, so received game mode is going to change to... Oh, we should have searched for... Okay, fine. Received game state. And then we change it here too to that. Okay, fine. So that's good for now. But this can't appear here anymore. We need router actions for this stuff. Then I realized I only played Dota 2, WoW, and CSGO. That's actually a good spread of games to be playing. It's like if there was a food pyramid for games, you need a dose of MOBAs and a dose of RPGs and some FPS. And then fats and oils. Alright, export cons. We're going to call this, yeah, received game state. And let's go modifying this all over the place. So router action map, constants to received game state. That's not actually correct. It's server something or other. What do we call this? Server game state. Yeah, so server game state. Let's take a look at wipe out all entities. You know, ever since, who was who commented on this earlier? I forgot. But ever since someone commented that, oh, Sublime Search is kind of slow. It is kind of slow. I don't know how to speed this up. Maybe it's because of all these. Oh, it's probably because of this. It's searching hundreds of thousands of files, I bet, because of node modules, and it's just got to reject those from the results. I wonder if there's a way to make that faster. I play League of Legends B03. B03. What is that? I don't know what BO3 is, but Fallout 4 and sometimes my all-time favorite game, Realm of the Mad God. Oh, Black Ops 3, okay. No man, Realm of the Mad God, I played that game. I think it's good for what it is, but the whole pet grinding mechanic is not appealing to me. So we had this here, and I think we deleted it. Wait, what? Where did that go? Received game mode. What? How could this not be here? Oh, it doesn't it's not handled by the client, that's why, or not the arena. It's handled by main. But it's still a pub sub. Yeah, so we can just change this to received game state. And also we should change that here too. Received game mode. Note this may be called received game state now. By the way, how's my C++ knowledge compared to something like JavaScript, which you've been learning for quite some time and have become what most would consider good at? My C++ is okay. I haven't learned the things that are new to C++ in the last 2 years, so I don't know about I don't know much about like copy constructors or like the meta unwinders or whatever they're called. Yeah. I'd say getting back into C++, I would probably be able to learn that stuff more easily now. I just never liked C++, and I should never say that on stream because it always leads to why, and then I say why, and then it's a stupid reason. So, it's not a game, it's addiction. I love it. It involves so much time to achieve something. Yeah. I don't know. It's got its ups and downs. Okay, so client main we just modified. Let's see where else we have this stuff. So router actions. Here we've got to say server received game state. Did I even call it that? That doesn't make any sense. Server game state, right? Received game state. And then where else do I have to make a modification? Just routing it. Pub subtopic should have already been modified. Yeah, received game mode. Except for it's not even called that anymore. It's received game state. Where else did I do this? Let's just search for receive.star game. I don't know where I made this. Huh. It does still exist. Wait, no, but that's correct. It's receive.star mode that I don't want. The game's out. Alright, chat. But Adam, you'll never be a real systems programmer if you don't love C++ more than life itself. Oh, darn. So have I modified all these? Let's look for wipe out all entities again and just make sure. I'm distracted because it's getting later. So I don't have a modification here. That's the one place where it's okay. Here, that's all fine. That's fine. That's fine. Is this fine? Yeah. And then same thing here. Where is this coming from? Do I not have a router action that goes to a topic? I don't. Okay, there is a problem, and here it is. So I need to fix this. Let's put this here. So received game state. All right, there. That one's fine. Why is this here though? This is a client router action. Okay. All right, so I'm fine with all this now. Now the only question is, where do I call this? And it's in the connection manager, and there is no router here. Right? Yeah, there isn't. Oh, because this is a okay, yeah. So I'll just write, note, this does not have a CLI-serve router since this is purely a server class. All right, so sending over the game state, game mode, whatever this needs to be slightly different. And unfortunately, there's no way for us to even send this over. We need access to it, or we need to tell someone else to send it over. Or, okay, let's just do something really hacky for right now. Let's go into here, and we'll say set up initial game state. We'll just say global.gamestate. This is going to be hacky, and then we'll later turn it into not global code. So I'm going to say to do fix this hack. We'll just duplicate that a bunch of times so there's no way I check that in. Do I like watching any sports? No, I don't. So then in the connection manager, when we emit that game state, we can just do this. And like I said, later we'll change this. We'll say this.serialize. And now new players who connect will have it. Players who are already there, well, that's not possible at that point unless they were in the simulation server. So there are no router actions. There are router actions here, actually. Interesting. So on the simulation server, we need to do something like this. We'll copy all of this, and we'll put this up here, I guess. This is now a router action received game state. That doesn't really make any sense, but fine. And then we'll serialize this. Good. Send the initial game state. Not even football. Are you a real Americana? No, I don't even like football. How many of these things printed? Huh. Okay, I think at this point it was safe to say that none of those, that bug is fixed. So yeah, we can close this. How are we doing on memory on the server? It's getting up there. Okay, let's garbage collect, knowing that we're going to have to fix this at some point. So eval global.m.gc, and we watch as our memory drops from 430 to 305. Yeah. Yeah, so for now I'm just going to have to keep doing that. But we're later going to change that. Exo Gaming says, I think this is the time for me to go to sleep. Well, good night. This time for real. Okay, yep, let's try this out. So we're going to connect to single player, and we should get a message saying... well, let's try this out. We'll probably just get an error. I probably screwed something up. Okay, well, we didn't. Nope, we did. We did. Oh, did we ever. And that's because we're not responding to this message the right way. But that's okay, because we just never coded that. So, received game mode, no, that comes from client main. Received game state. Yeah, here we go. So this is serialized game state. And then what we can do is we can get rid of the call to this up here, because now the server is going to send it to us. Although we need to see, try pressing, well, let's put this in the to-do list. Make sure you can open the leaderboard by default. It isn't sent until the simulation server is set up. Versace's raking in those points. All right, so we've got that there. We need client arena to be fixed now. Received game, no, darn it, it's not that. I keep going there. It's received game state here. Here, okay, so first we do this. This.GameState equals GameState.deserialize serialized GameState. Good. What's the points per hour? It's 6 points per hour. Yeah, 6 points per hour. So Adam, I'm not that big of a YouTuber or Twitch streamer, and I don't. Why the suspense? I'll never know what he doesn't. I don't have that many people following me on Twitter or Facebook, but I shared. Oh, nice, thank you. Yeah, and if there's anything you, well, yeah, if there's any feedback you have, just let me know. I try to post a video every weekend with a recap for what I did. There's one exception, and that was this last weekend. I was in a lot of pain. I had a lot of back pain. Not still totally sure what caused that, but that's why I've been trying to keep my shoulders back this whole time, and I'm failing at it. But this weekend I'm going to do a recap of the last week as well, and there wasn't a whole lot of progress the last week because, yeah, there were only 2 days. Let's try this out. This broke right away. Global.GameState is not even set. But that's because... How does this work? Oh, nothing sets the global game state, right? It's the game server that needs to set this. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. But this doesn't know about a connection manager. Yeah, we're gonna need to change this around. Game state equals new game state. Set up initial game state. This is not a thing that can happen. It should belong to the game server. And the game server should know. This tries using global.GameState. Yeah, it has to be part of a game server, I think. So let's fix this. Let's put this here. When we make an arena, we can set this right away. And then in here we can get rid of this and put this here instead. Good. And then what do we do? Then that should be fine. Right? But then we're calling a function that doesn't exist now, which is this. Set up initial game state. Okay, I think we can do that. Number and my username have a meaning? Not really, no. Oh, see ya, Void Dreamer. Alright, let's try it. Oh, still a problem. Game state is not defined, but the global one should be defined. And that is, at least. In fact, knowing when this started is not important, is it? Just want to know a percentage. I think we need to put a breakpoint in received game state here. This is not getting hit. Or it's turning into nothing. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it is turning into nothing. Because in game state, I never returned that from my deserialize function. Oh, man. That's a stupid mistake to make. It would have been very tedious to try every single number plus 1. Can you imagine if you do that and it ends up on, like, 13,530? Then it's not even a palindrome. Okay, this is getting hit now. And do we have a proper game state? Yes. Okay, cool. So we've got a game state now. Now we can do debug main.simulationserver.gamestate, and we can also do the same thing over here. Wait, time remaining is 60,000. That's not right. Oh, whoops. Okay, serve main. This has an update. It has this.gamestate.update. This shouldn't have even worked. Oh, because that's not getting hit because I'm not loading a server. So this now needs to go into the game server's update, which is here, and we do this here. Great. Okay, now that'll get modified. So now we should see it. Go down. Alright, let's try this out now. Game state. Yep, time remaining is going down. It's at like 52, 51, 50. Let's see what we've got in the simulation. No, in a game state. Nice. So both these should be roughly the same. Actually, they should be exactly the same because they're on the client. There's been nothing that's been changed. So that's good. Now let's try connecting to the server and see if it still works. Man, Mario Paint. A game on Super Nintendo with a mouse. Who would have thought? I bet not even Mario himself saw that one coming. Alright, let's try connecting. And what do we have? What is game state? Game state has been set to what, 50 seconds? And now over here, when we say this dot game server dot game state object, JSON.stringify. Okay, so these should be roughly in sync. They're not going to be exactly the same, and that's totally fine. We have 35 seconds there, and we have 35 seconds there. Yeah, so these are fine. It got updated. We got a new one. It should have reset the leaderboard. All that should be fine. Beefcake says, up till 3 a.m. in the morning watching a random dude on internet coding a game. This coding stuff is really interesting. Well, I'm glad you stayed for as long as you did. That's really good. I don't have a whole lot of statistics about how many users stay for how long or anything. I actually was just looking into this. There are some Twitch services that can provide this, but you have to pay for them, and I'm not going to pay for them. So anyway, I don't know. There are a lot of people who I think watch for something like 2 or 3 hours, and then they just don't come back. And so that's why I was saying, okay, let's make the game available to people. And yeah, people can now play here, and there are people connected. And let's see, right now there's 3 people online. I mean, not many. And yeah, I'm definitely not doing great on the leaderboard right now. But that's okay. Also, again, let's take a look at memory usage. The garbage collection is definitely, it's happening. But yeah, after a long enough time, it'll just creep up. So the server will probably crash again this weekend. And remember, everyone's account is going to get reset on Sunday. So if you bought the pre-beta with your loyalty points, then you're going to lose access on Sunday. Alright, I think I'm going to get going pretty soon. Because it's been a pretty full day. 30 points to get the beta, right? No, it's 50 today. How do I get loyalty points? You get 15 by following, and then you get 6 every hour. So the point is, over the course of a week of me streaming, if you were to watch every single minute, you'd get 200 of the loyalty points. So I figured spending a quarter of them for just getting access on like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or saving them up and then getting access for a whole week, it's pretty cool. And also when you follow, you get control over the lights in my room. So that you see those lights behind me that are kind of like bordering my face, making sure that I stay perfectly straight. You can change the color of those if you want, if you follow. And I'm hoping to do it so that in December you could spend like 5 points and turn on some Christmas lights for a minute or something. I don't know. I think it'd be neat. But we got to code that. Or maybe I'll just do it where... No, I don't want people spamming chat though. Yeah, I got to think of a better way. Yeah, I think I'm going to get going. This week has been a very like mentally exhausting week. Just problem after problem, bug fixes. It hasn't been the energizing work like, features. I mean, the weeks before this, look, we went from having, what did we start with? I think we had lasers at the beginning, or maybe missiles. I think it was lasers. And we expanded this entire list over the course of a few weeks. And that was fun. This is new stuff that there was. Now it was all like fixed bugs. That's the most nerdy thing I've ever heard. I love it. You should do 5 points to turn on a random Christmas song. Yeah, I'm not gonna have music playing on stream. All right, yeah, I'm gonna get going. Let's see, is there anyone? Tells you about coding practice. Yeah, well, that's how I feel about my own stuff right now. All right, let's see. Who am I following? I'll just dump you guys in like a Hearthstone stream or something. Let's see. Tezande, no. Siglamic, no. No. Not gonna dump you guys in another stream. I think I'm just gonna get going. Anyway, thank you guys for joining. I'll be on Monday again, another 8-hour stream, and we'll keep working through this stuff. Next week is Thanksgiving week. I am going to be gone on Friday. So Thursday I don't have a stream scheduled anyway, but Friday I'm going to be gone. So next week is only a 3-day week. We're going to hopefully get to account stuff and finishing up these game modes. So yeah, take care everyone, and thanks again for watching.